Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Whoops. Whoops. It is Monday today and it is not Sunday. Whoops. Sorry. I had to rest. I actually kind of did expect it that, oh, I don't think I can stream on Sunday. I have a feeling I wouldn't be able to stream on Sunday because since Saturday I was feeling so, hold on, let me just, there we go, because okay, it looks fine now. Anyways, I was saying, since Saturday I was like feeling, oh no, why is my tummy going this? It does this thing. And it's just, I couldn't sleep these days. I couldn't sleep well these days because of that, and I'm just... And I was right. I was correct. Sunday is a no-no. I mean, just last Sunday. Yesterday, I suppose. It's just like, oh, you know, I'm gonna rest, which... I did. I tried, at least. I tried to rest. By that I mean just drink medicine. Yay! Let's go. anyways, my predicament aside, nobody fucking cares. Anyways, let me just start the stream, okay? Let me just start the stream with the この番組はご覧のスポンサーの提供でお送りします。Yes, thank you, Haras. There we go. Thank you, Haras. Now stay in your corner. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Thank you to the ever so scary Ohara. Oharas are weird. Like, even today, like, that board has been there for like years now at this point, and I still find it weird that the Oharas exist. I think they're a myth. You know what? I'm gonna make a bet that they're a myth. They don't exist, and everything is a simulation, and it turns out that I'm just imagining everything all this time because I'm crazy or whatever the fuck. I'm talking really fast and going crazy. I think that's a sign that I'm good today, hopefully. So anyways, let me just welcome everyone to chat. I know I see Shingets as well. It doesn't show on here, but it shows on there, my YouTube dashboard thing. I see Shingets, Shuo, and also Oshikiri-san. Hello everyone, hello and welcome. Bonvenant. Ooh, gay language too. Konbanwa to you too as well, Oshikiri-san. Or bonan. Tagon? Oh shit. Notes where? Notes. Oh no. Bonan fuck. Bonan fuck, exactly. That's exactly it. It's just bonan fuck. Oh no, where is my notes? I cannot find the fucking notes. That's one. That's not one. That's not it. Yeah! This is it! Bonan! Vesperon, actually. Vesperon, I think, evening. Yeah. Matenon is morning. Tagon is afternoon. Vesperon. Bonan Vesperon. There we go. I'm keeping all these notes here because, good lord. Also, hello, Kukurikuri. Hello, and welcome. Bonvenant. Ooh, gay language too, indeed. Or, I should say, this is the very last stream of gay language 2, and I feel sad somehow. It's kind of like I'm on this denial that, oh, I'm not gonna be streaming this game again, and I'm just, oh, today is actually the last stream. No. Oh. Oh no. This game just means a lot to me, okay? Again, story-wise, plot-wise, the game is not exactly like on par with Flowers or Kudan or Yume Tsutsu or Kindred Spirits even, but this game means a lot to me just because I'm a language nerd, and I just love to you know, to nerd about it. I'm not making sense. Anyways, brain no working. My apologies. Hello, Debbie, as well. Hello, and welcome. Bonvenant. Ooh, gay language too. Let me just hit that the button. Yes. Indeed. We are here. Remember the last exam? We're gonna know stuff apparently. Game Luca. Ooh, hello. Hello and welcome! Benvenuto! Gay language 2. Hello, hello. Oh, goddamn! Another one. Hello, Tony as well. Hello and welcome. Benvenuto! Gay language 2. Hello, everyone. And if you're from the other side of the world, good morning. Bonan matenon. If you are on my side of the world, then bonan vesperon. Ha! I'm learning. By learning, I just have the notes literally right here. Sorry. Anyways. Okay. So, we're finally going to figure out whatever the fuck is going on with Kanako. Her story, at least. Like, we tried to guess as best as we can with the help of the chat as well. In regards to trying to translate whatever the fuck Kanako said without the translation in our first playthrough. And, you know, now we can finally understand everything. So, are you ready? I'm not. I'm kind of not. I don't want this to end, but also everything that started has to end. And it's just chance. Without Ruka here, all I could do was go into statue mode. And with Ruka here, all I could do is go Misoi fast Ruka mode. Kidding. Or maybe I could turn into a Tanuki statue. This game loves to tell us that Rin is a Tanuki.
Rin?
Interesting. Hold on, what the fuck?
Rin?
I never realized that's how you say her name.
Rin?
Rin? What the fuck?
Rin? Rin? Rin?
Like, the inflection is not accent. The tone? I guess it's kind of the accent. The accent is definitely not like a normal Japanese accent here.
Rin?
And also the way she said R is different. It's not Rin, it's Rin. But at the end of the N still sounds a little bit Japanese. It's interesting.
Rin?
Because the way Japanese people say, if something ended with N, it kind of sounds like you know? Kind of sounds like it's just, so it sounds like ring instead of rim, and that's very interesting. See, I'm nerding out on languages. I love it. Oh man. なんでしょうか? You're speaking in Japanese. Ring.
Ne tem min. Min ne manjas vin.
Vroom. Vroom. Esperanto rolls the R's. Yes, I do notice, because I think you're the one that said it sounds kind of like Italian, which makes so much sense. Also, a lot of European language rolls the R's, no? Or am I going crazy? I mean, not French. You don't roll R's in French. It's the R in French is actually kind of weird. It's kind of like just R. I will not be able to do it correctly, and any French people out there will be super offended probably if I even attempted to, and some other people will probably be very entertained by me trying hard to speak in French anyways. I'm going to eat you. What the fuck? I'm not going to eat you. Whichever one it was, that phrasing didn't put me at ease.
Do? Kiom glade? Vi povas kompreni Yuri Amon.
Not well.
短くて簡単な文章なら Mi comprenas normal longan kai facilan Yuriamon.
Mi comprenas normal longan. I just love how the fact that I can sort of understand, even, you know, this is like a whole different language and I'm starting to learn as well, like actually knowing, oh, comprenas is understand, and this word is that word. It's so good.
Bone. Do? Mi uzu lau ebre facilain vorton.
Facilain. You tried, Kanako. It's okay. Kudos to the VA again, because I think I've mentioned it before. This is a whole different pronunciation from Japanese, right? So it must be extremely hard for the voice actor to do this. And if anything, I applaud to them to, you know, do the entire game just speaking in Esperanto. That's like insane. Just imagine, or hell, I can just try to imagine me trying to speak in Russian or in French. Like actually, if I got like a dialogue here, like insert dialogue here, right? And then I have to read everything and try to sound native. I can't even do that with English, so... So again, kudos to the VA. GG, well played. I know it's really hard. I'm so sorry for picking apart all the inflections in tones and everything. I just love to nerd out on it. Okay, shush. Kanako turned slowly to face me, then let out a little sigh.
Do me right as demanding Vin?
Yes, one word.
But Voodoo.
Boris helpi al Luca en tia situacio.
Why did I want to help Ruka?
それはあんたらビブリオテコ
Yes.
Okay, the thing.
Chubine timis nin?
Afraid. Timis. I wonder if it's like... It sounds like timid, which is interesting. Timis. Afraid.
Mi estas timemuro. Sed mi povas stari
Timemuro.
antaŭ Luka.
Stari antaŭ Ruka.
Ĉu kiel kavaliro?
Yes.
Kia
Gay knight in a
menseguro?
shining rainbow armor. That's definitely what Rin is. Or every gay that's trying to protect their gal pals or guy pals, you know? Just gay knight in a shining rainbow armor. Did she just call me a liar?
そりゃ騎士とかかっこつけすぎかもしれないけど
Still, che timemuro ne povas
Whew.
farigi cavaliro.
Damn. You can't be a knight. You're too much of a puss. Thanks, Kanako.
Vi ne estas timemuro. Vi
Ah.
estis brava
Right, the one that says a
kiel
coward is
cavaliro.
brain no working. A sign that I need sleep. Not right now. I'm gonna finish this game with gusto. Also, my fucking beanie is so not stretched. I guess it's because barely any beanie or any hat fit my small fucking head, so it's just keep falling off. And I don't want to not wear my beanie because hair going crazy. Brava came up in one of the books I read as part of my studies. I was as brave as a knight.
Ĉu vi povas kompreni tiujn ĉi vortojn?
You know, Kanako, you kind of sound like you're flirting. Not that I think about it. To be honest, there was a part of me that felt I had to protect Ruka because of that book, so I'd be lying if I said I didn't get a little carried away, seeing myself as the knight of her princess. So I didn't see that as bravery. But if I shook my head in disagreement now, it would seem like I was denying the whole thing. You are denying the whole thing, though. Because you're like, I'm just the speck of dust in the vast universe. Bro, no.
ダンコ
I expressed my thanks to show I accepted what she was saying.
Ne miskomprenu. Still,
Ah.
ke estas mi, kiu devas danki.
Was this the part where she mentioned something along the lines of, I want to thank you because you reminded me of someone, or something like that? Like the sister, or I don't know what's going on with her. I wasn't sure how to respond when she thanked me back, so I took the opportunity to get a little playful.
Kial vi dankas mi. Kvankam mi prenis viajn monon.
Why would you thank me even after I grab your breasts? This sentence is not wrong because that did happen, I believe, but also the fact that this line exists is just, it makes me question my entire life. I tried putting emphasis on the part where I grabbed her shirt.
Ĉu miaj manoj? Mi neniam lasis vin tuŝi ilin.
Mamoin. Oh, Mamoin is Wait, have I write it down, Mamoin? I'm gonna write it down, Mamoin, because... interesting. Ma... Mo... Mamoin. Booba. That's literally I'm writing. Just booba.
またまたそこは否定できない事実なのに
Was she trying to pretend like it never happened to protect her image? Oh, how cute! Ooh. Then as an evil tanuki. And they're just flirting. Oh, I forgot to turn on my Discord, sorry. Boop. There we go.
いいんですよ、かなこさん。もらうものさえもらえれば。
Yeah, old man, go to, bonk, horny jail. Good lord. Rin, calm thy titties. Calm thy mamoin. Calm thy mamoin. Oh, hello, Caramel Corn 22, Lulu, and welcome, Bonveno to Gay Language 2, or the last stream of Gay Language 2. Welcome. I said to her with a leering smile of a third-rate villain using Japanese I knew she couldn't understand.
Chubi estas hentayo, kiu chasas iun ain.
Hentayo. Hentayo. Oh shit, it's solid. Hello and welcome, Bonveno to Gay Language 2. How am I? I am okay. I mean, okay. There you go. Thank you for asking. Mwah. Very lovely, very nice, very kind. Thank you. I'm good. Me good right now. Yes. Hentayo. I didn't think I'd done anything better enough to be called that. Hentayo. Hold on. How did she say it?
Chubi estas hentayo, kiu chasas iun ain.
Can you just give me a moment? Can you just give me a moment, okay? Just everyone be quiet. I potentially, perhaps, mayhaps, maybe, I don't know, put this in my soundboard.
Chubi estas hentayo, kiu chasas iun ain.
Thank you very much. I want that hentayo. Hentayo! Oh man. Why was Kanako turning her body to hide her breasts?
Chubi estas hentayanto!
Hentayanto. That sounds like an Indonesian name. As far as I can tell, hentayo isn't part of standard Esperanto. It's not in the largest Esperanto dictionary at any rate. I figured that's the case, Kukuri. I figured that is the case because there is no way there's a word in Esperanto that sounds a little bit like Japanese. I mean, the game have ever mentioned, either the game or maybe the developers, I don't remember. I think the Esperanto that they uses is essentially not exactly one by one the same. The Juliamo and Esperanto is not one by one the same. I mean, that they put their own shit in it, essentially. I believe that is the case. I don't know if the game or developer, or maybe I watched someone else's review that mentioned it. I forgot, but I am aware of that at least, so I'm not surprised. Hold on, let me just read the chat a little bit more. I was just doing my schoolwork and my neurons shifted when I heard hentai. Feel like I'm a pass out again. Be back soon. It's gotcha, Tony. It's alright. Yuri's so powerful it creates words. Yeah, it creates words, language, and worlds. Ain't it amazing?
私ちょっと演技が過ぎたかな
Rin is so dumb. Standing in front of Kanako, who was now backed up against the wall, I had the mental image of calming a frightened horse.
どう
Holding my hands out in front. It's okay. Yeah, that helps. That helps a lot, bro. Except Kanako's response was,
Ne proximijo al mie, sebi proximijos pli, mi venigos mian panion.
If you come any closer, I'll call my mom! That sounds so dumb. For some reason, it just sounds so dumb. I'm gonna call my mom! You mess around with me! Mom! Mom, there's this gay knight trying to grab my mamoin. Oh my god. What do you get when you cross a dinosaur and a pig? Jurassic Park. I hate everything I just read there. Don't threaten Rin with a good time. I mean, true. The way she was shaking her head violently back and forth, things were just getting worse.
どうする？私どうすればいいの？
Give her a hug. Just a hug. With a little bit of smitchies will do, I think. I don't know. I realized there was only one thing to do in a situation like this. Luca had forbidden me earlier, but maybe Kanako would be more accepting.
Kanako! Pardon!
I pressed my forehead into the floor for the ultimate apology. I got my hands and knees in front of her to try and restore the peace. Got him, Kappa.
Stultulo.
Stultulo. Have I ever wrote that down? I don't think so. Stultulo. I don't. Where's my E? I'm gonna write it down. Stultulo. Stultulo. Cool. Idiot. Yes! I know more words now, Mom!
Yes! Probas! 全くもってその通りです。
Brusto kai mamoi. Fakte ili estas similaj.
Brusto kai mamoi. Mamoi is booba. Brusto is chest. Right. Because brusto, breast. Kinda.
Yes!
They were the same basic area of the body, so it was an honest mistake. Sure, buddy. I believe you're in.
Ino. Vi devas atente distingi. Tiain delicatain voltoin.
You should pick your words more carefully next time. For example, I wanna grow up your booba because I'm gay. Okay then. Kanako probably. I'm kidding. Right, Ruka. The true route. Ruka. Sorry. I was mortified by my mistake. All I could do was bow over and over in apology. That meant that I grabbed the front of her shirt, but somehow I'd managed to pick a word that specifically referred to her breasts. Idiot. Sorry. What was the word? Stutulo. There you go. That was why Kanako had taken a protective stance to guard her chest from me. Didn't such a stutulo.
Yam. Ne plu pardon petu. Charmi exis, que vi ne estas hentaio.
Hentai.
ご理解いただけたようで助かります。
I love how Rin here just sound incredibly formal all of a sudden. Hold on.
ご理解いただけたようで助かります。
What's it called? Damn it, Aurelio isn't here right now. Can't ask. I already forgot Japanese. It's like there's a word for formal. What's it called? What this particular way of talking called? It's like my most hated thing in in regards to the language, only because it's so hard for me to understand. I remember I failed so hard in this formal language because they changes
ご理解いただけたようで
ご理解いただけたいご理解いただけたい So they essentially just change the vocabularies when you're speaking in a very formal language, Japanese language that is, and it's just I cannot. My poor tiny brain cannot. Kanako wasn't upset anymore. In fact, she'd actually moved a little closer to me, and she had a smile that looked almost natural. This entire thing sounds like very sus. Just saying. Was it because we had both started trying to communicate using body language? This sounds incredibly sus. And did that mean there was a chance I could come back from my mistake? This sounds very sus still.
Ne tre ofte faru tian petrolajon. Et kiam vi conversacias cum Ruka.
Wow!
Yes.
Don't do that to Ruka. But what if me soy fast Ruka? I didn't really understand what she was saying, but the sentiment came through loud and clear, so I gave her one more bow for good measure.
ナースチンフランケンキアドホディアウクンヴェーナスニートリ
Yeah, why?
それはチャルミペーティスルカインテルプレティニアンコンベルサツヨン
My reasoning was that if Ruka were here, would someone be able to communicate?
ボーナイデオニポバセスペリケシアチエストグラテフンクツイゴスニアンコンベルサツヨン
Yes, that one. Kanako nodded in agreement, but then she shook her head and said,
said Ya
Mm-hmm.
she ne restas en tiuch chambro
カナーコが追い出しちゃったからね
Yes, and that's why we suffer. That girl had read my perfectly thought-out plan. Of course I was joking. With Ruka here, we would be able to talk, but there were also things I wouldn't be able to ask Kanako with her here. So this was how it had to be, with just the two of us alone. Sorry, I forgot, right, Ruka?
あのねカナコ
Mi havas rakonton kiu mi volas aŭskultigi vin
Ah, here it is. Here it is, the story.
あはいどうぞボンワール
Please. I get comfortable on the floor in front of Kanako as her expression turns serious. Then, slowly, as if picking her words carefully, she began to speak. Oh, here we go! Information dump.
Mi malu intimigis kun Ruka protiu
Right!
si mensogis
Yeah, because she lied about the fact that she's a visitanto.
Lasta tempe mi diris al si ke mi ne povis pardoni sin pro la mensogo.
Though, why is this such an issue to begin with? I mean, I guess I kind of get it. I think it's more of a, oh, you lied to me. Instead of the content of the lie itself, it could be maybe just the fact that, hey, we're close friends and you're just gonna lie to me about yourself? Like, I thought we're friends, you know? That kind of thing, which, okay, that part's understandable.
Said Tio ne
Ooh,
estas ciui
here we go.
kiaroi de nia troviĝas
Oh, sorry.
alia granda kiaro.
Okay, one other big reason.
La afero okazis antaŭ ol mi naskiĝis.
Okay, before I was born, this is the sister that got adopted or something along those lines.
Venis en tiun ĉi mondon
Right.
iu knabino kiel vizitanto.
Mm-hmm.
Ŝi nomiĝis Mai kaj ŝi ne povis trovi prizorganton.
Just, who is this Maya and why is she so... Like, the fact that she is being talked about here means that this Maya is very important somehow, right? To the overall story. Still don't understand a lot of things, a lot of this game, I suppose.
Onidire, ŝi estis obstina kaj havis piteman karakteron.
You know, I kind of remember Ray knowing someone or something along those lines. I forgot that this is the part that I actually honestly forgot in the first game. Ray talks about someone in the past, and then from that conversation it leads to a talk about the gate to go back or something. Do you think whoever that is, it was Mai? I mean, I don't know, but...
Kaj estis miaj gepatroj, kiuj kandidatiĝis por ŝia prizorganto.
Mm-hmm.
La kiaro laŭ ili estis ke ili ne havis infanon tiam.
Right.
Mia panjo ne povis gravediĝi tiam. Kaj pro tio ŝi tre bedaŭris. Do, ŝi interesiĝis pri la vizitanto nomata Mai, kiu neniu akceptis tiam.
Why wouldn't anyone accept Mai? Is it because she did mention about the personality? Is it because of that?
Post diversaj aranĝoj,
I think it is
ŝi
because of that.
estis adoptita de miaj gepatroj.
Mm-hmm.
Mai Arakido. Ŝi fariĝis filino della familio ufficiale. Pasis kelkaj jaroj kaj mi naskiĝis. Oni dire miaj gepatroj tre ĝojis pro la naskiĝo de la dua filino.
Just imagine this entire thing, like, as the voice actress. I'm sorry, I can't help but just thinking about it. Like, this must be a nightmare for them when you think about it. Holy shit.
Sed kelkaj monatojn poste, mai forlasis la hejmon post la sinte leteron.
They really do try really hard with the accent. My, instead of just my, it's just my. It's they're putting accents, like actually accents, even though there's like a lot of Japanese names. They still put accents with, and the little details like that is what makes this game so good in regards to just, you know, foreign language, I suppose.
Sur la letero estis skribite.
No.
Mi ne plu
There.
volas esti via ŝarĝo. Miaj gepatroj tre malĝojis.
I see.
Sed
Wait.
post iom da konsidero, ili rezignis.
Just left, right? Okay.
Kaj poste, ili sincere vartis la solan filinon en sia familio.
That is Kanako, okay. Focused on
La
Kanako.
filino normale kreskis, sed ne sciis ke ŝi havis pli aĝan fratinon.
I see.
Iun tagon, iu fraŭlino vizitis la familion. Miaj gepatroj prezentis ŝin kiel iun el siaj parencoj. Mi, kiu estis ankoraŭ knabineto, ĝojis kaj ludis kun la pli aĝa fraŭlino. Pasis pliaj kelkaj jaroj. Tiam, kiam mi baldaŭ fariĝos mezlernejano,
I'm just trying to process everything because this is a
mi
lot.
trovis iun nekonatan fotoalbumon en la ĉambro de
Right, I
miaj
remember this.
gepatroj.
I remember this.
En la
When we try to
albumo
translate.
publiitaj estis multaj fotoj de iu knabino kiu mi ne konis. Post iom da tempo, mi eksciis, ke la knabino estas la parenca fraŭlino kun kiu mi ludis.
Right. The one that you didn't know. Essentially your sister, but didn't know because she left before. Right.
Mi eksciis ne nur tion. Preskaŭ ĉiuj fotoj estis faritaj en tiu ĉi domo.
Why?
Kaj
All
la
photos?
foto sur kiu troviĝis la knabino kaj miaj gepatroj kune ŝajnis al mi nenio alia krom familia foto. Mi demandis miajn gepatrojn. Ĉu ŝi ne estas majkrono kiu vizitis nin antaŭ kelkaj jaroj?
Oh, even the last name is different. I just realized because it used to be my what was the last name? Something the I forgot names, but oh, now it's my Chrono.
Kun embarasita mieno, miaj gepatroj agnoskis tion.
I
Kai?
see.
Klarigis sian rilaton kun la fraŭlino. Mi havis pli aĝan fratinon, sed la fakto restis longe kaŝita.
Okay. You know, all this will not become a problem, you know, with the I understand the fact that the this Mai decided to leave because she doesn't want to burden the parents, right? I get that. I get that part. What I don't get is why would the parents just not say anything about it? Embarrassment? Or just sad about it? Like there's literally nothing wrong with talking about it. This is what happens when you do not communicate, everyone. So more Yuri visual novel stuff of not communicating that causes issues.
Mi,
Oh boy.
kiu ankoraŭ ne estis mezlerneano, ne povis kompreni, kiel ili kaŝis la fakton.
Yep, I couldn't understand either. Somewhat understand, but also...
La klarigo de miaj gepatroj sonis al miaj oreloj kiel nur vana apologio.
Vana apologio. Apologio. Vana. Kinda sounds like vain. They kept the info for the plot.
Kaj tia,
Oh no.
ĉe mi naskiĝis antipatio.
So since then, you don't like it when anyone is keeping things from you. Understandable, and that's why when you found out about Ruka, he just triggered something in you, which I get it. Again, what I still don't understand is why would the parents not just talk about it? Because what the girl did is essentially understandable. If she just, you know, I guess maybe it's also the way she left. Maybe because she just left like a note, right, and just leaves. So maybe that hurts the parents somehow, and that's why the parents also like, let's just not talk about that. It's kind of painful. Okay, sure, but still, what the fuck?
Kontraŭ mia fratino, kiu forlasis la hejmon, ignorante la amon de la gepatroj.
The sister who abandoned her home and the love of her parents. I wouldn't say that if the reason is exactly what she said. That is. But I guess I understand that it can be taken in a lot of ways because other people, the way other people see one action could be, you know, they can interpret it completely different. So I guess I understand. But we don't know what this might actually things as well. So I guess it's all just speculations at this point.
Kontraŭ miaj gepatroj, kiuj kaŝis la fakton, ke mi havis fratinon, ĝis kiam mi demandis. Kaj ankaŭ kontraŭ mi mem, kiu rompis la familian harmonion per la naskiĝo.
Ah. I feel like this part is this issue. I mean, this issue is unnecessarily complicated. I understand, though. Again, for Mai to leave, like if it's because of literally this, what she said, like she was born and maybe because of that, you know, money, financial stuff, and everything, and maybe Mai thinks like, oh no, I'm a burden now. They have their actual biological daughter now. I think it's better if I leave so that, you know, they can just focus on taking care of the actual daughter. Potentially my thinking in that way, and just again unnecessarily complicated, but I guess in a way I understand.
Ĉar tiam mi estis ankoraŭ infanaĉo. Mi antipatiis ĉion.
Kanako clasped her hands together and hung her head. I felt like I needed to say something, but I couldn't get my mouth to open.
断片的にはわかる。
There were also some parts I could make an educated guess at, but I also felt like it wasn't right to let my emotions get the better of me with only a partial understanding. All I could do was sit and wait for her to open her mouth again.
Kaj iom poste mi malsaniĝis.
That's it.
Mi vidis per spegulo mian figuron, kiu malgrasiĝis tagon post tago,
Oof.
kaj mi timis eliri eksteren.
Oof, what happened? What did you caught?
Post ĉio, antaŭ ol eniri mezlernejon, mi devis resti hejme por resaniĝi preskaŭ tutan unu jaron.
I had to spend almost a whole year covering at home before I could start middle school. I see now.
Post konsidiĝo kun la lernejo, mi fariĝis mezlerneano unu jaron pli malfrue
That's why
ol ordinaraj geknaboj.
I have been wondering about the fact that Ruka is like 14, and then Kanako is in her class, right? I've been wondering about that. Oh, so this is why. Understandable.
Tie, mi renkontis Ruka la unuan fojon.
Wait, does that mean Kanako is 15 right now? Potentially? 15, maybe? Could be 16. I actually don't know how old is Kanako. I mean, I know Rin. Rin is like 16, right?
Luka?
Crap, I didn't mean to respond to her name.
Mi estis unu jaron pli aĝa ol la klasanoj, kaj tial multaj ne tre volis rilati kun mi.
A year older than the rest of the class. Ooh. I kind of know the feeling, but not the didn't want anything to do with me. It's more of the feeling of being older than the rest of the class because I got held back a year due to I was sick a lot when I was a kid, and that caused me to be held back a year. So I moved away. I transferred out of that school and transferred into another school, and I remember I was like, oh, everyone is younger than me. It is such a weird feeling, honestly. It was such a weird feeling. But fortunately, they didn't know what happened. They just thought, oh, maybe I just, you know, start school late. That's the story that I told them. I didn't tell them that, oh, I got held back a year because I was embarrassed. I just told everyone that, oh, I just I start school a year late somehow. Totally didn't get held back, although I shouldn't be embarrassed about it now that I think about it now as the me now, because I was very sickly child, and then that's why I'm still sickly now. I'm just a very sickly person. So I should have just said that, oh yeah, I got held back a year because I was sick to the point I kept getting sick to the point of, you know, I take many absences from school to the point of I have to be held back. Unfortunate.
Said, Shiciam ne evitis min, kai amici tractis min cum rideto.
Luca never avoided me, always greeted me with a friendly smile. Aww. Okay, so that confirms it. Kanako is definitely 15 then.
Charmi havis nur tre malmulte da amikoj. Ŝia sinteno estis por mi tre ĝojiga. Mi fiere diris al mia panjo, ke mi ekhavis sentiman amikinon, pli junan ol mi.
A fearless young friend, but then she hit the fact that, oh, okay. Now I understand more why you would feel triggered by the fact that Duka hid things from you.
Pro tio, des pli, mia ŝoko estis granda.
I figured.
Mi preskaŭ perdis mian vidpovon, kiam mi aŭdis la onidiron, ke Ruka povas esti vizitanto. Ŝi mensogis. Precipe ŝoka por mi estis ke la mensogo rilatas al vizitanto.
It reminded you of something else, right.
La problemo en mia familio kaj la cirkonstanco de Ruka estis du apartaj aferoj kompreneble.
But
tiel mi volis pensi.
Yeah, you wanted to think that it's separate, but it's kind of jumbled together, I suppose.
Sed mi ne povis. Nu, antaŭ Ruka, mi ne povis pensi nek decidi kion diri al ŝi.
I have some thoughts about this, but I guess I'll talk about it later.
Mi decidis ke mi ne proksimiĝu al ŝi dum iom da tempo. Kaj miaj amikoj miskomprenis mian sintenon. Ili diris, Ruka perfidis Kanakon. Mi mem sentis tiel, do ankaŭ mi kondutis same kiel ili.
Because you were blinded by rage, okay.
Mi rimarkis ke mi kutimas trakti ŝin malvarme.
Kanako slowly looked up from the floor and caught my gaze.
Aĉa apologio, ĉu ne? Nu, kiom grade vi komprenas.
At least she admitted it was a lousy excuse, which it kind of was, but the fact that she admitted it is actually a very good sign. Again, people make mistakes sometimes. They're like, especially they're young, you know, sometimes stupid drama can happen to people around this age, I would say. I would know back then when I was around this age. Oh boy, even the most trivial thing can be such a huge drama. It felt like the world will end because of it. I get it, I get it. After seeing her let out a big sigh and lift her hands lightly, I started to wonder if I could put what I wanted to say into words.
少し時間を。どのあるみ、読むだテンポ。
I remembered everything Kanako said while trying to think of what I could say in response. Lots of things popped into my head, but I could only express them in Japanese.
本当は思ったことを全部ちゃんと伝えたいんだよ。
Even if I tried to string some thoughts together in Yuliamo, my words would just get all tangled up.
Pardono, Yuliamo, estas ancora malfacila por mi.
I was afraid that was the best answer I could give.
Ne estu nervosa. Ekde la komenco, mi ne havis tro grandan esperon.
本当、ごめんね。
Rin, mi volis, ke vi aŭskultu min,
I
eĉ se
see.
vi ne povis kompreni.
Communication. Essentially what you're doing is trying to communicate things that happen to Rin. Hey, good for you. Communicating, finally. I'm proud of you. I know it's hard. So good for you, Kanako. Mi volis ke vi aŭskultu min.
私に聞いてほしかった？ジュベーレ！
Me? Who she couldn't even be sure would understand or not? Wasn't she already fed up with me from last night?
Yes, kiel ekzerco antaŭ ordiri al Ruka.
As practice before telling Ruka. Before telling Ruka?
待って！それ、私は実験台なの？
Ah, I see.
Via mieno diras, ke vi komprenis la frazon.
Ah, so that's what's going on. I get it now. Pardon, what the fuck? Hold on, the way you say pardon is
Via
cute.
mieno
Hold on.
diras, ke vi komprenis la frazon. Pardonon.
Pardon. I swear, whenever Kanako talks, it sounds like she's trying to seduce someone.
Ne tiom arde koleriĝu. Mi petus ŝin poste.
お、キオンビペトスあるか？
Yeah, what are you going to ask her?
Mi petus ŝin, ke ŝi traduku la aferon, kiun mi rakontis al vi, kaj sciigu la enhavon.
Ah. You was going to translate for me?
Tial, nun, vi ne bezonas kompreni la tuton.
Gotcha. After a short pause, Kanako slowly stood
Se
up.
vi trovos ion nekonsenteblan en la transsigita rakonto, via plendo venu rekte al mi.
You hear anything in the translation you can't accept? Bring your complaints directly to me. Oh boy.
カナコどこへ？
She opened the door to her room.
Reakiri ion kiun oni perdis, estis tre malfacile. Ĝis
That's
oste
very cryptic.
mi sentis tion.
It's very hard to regain something that you've lost. I know better than most. Very cryptic. Jesus. With a melancholic smile on her face, Kanako stepped out into the hallway. My brain had been worked past its limits, trying to grasp even a little of Kanako's story, and I was exhausted. If I felt this much pressure to focus during my normal studies, my Yuliama would probably improve a lot faster.
さすがにそれは難しいや。
Would I be misunderstood because of my awful pronunciation? Would the person I was talking to get the wrong impression because of my lack of politeness? I feel like this, what she's saying here right now, is what people are thinking whenever they're trying to speak in a language that is not their first, you know? Like, with me in English as well still, despite me being able to speak it, essentially, but still, sometimes I do notice that I can give the wrong impression because of the wording, because sometimes the way I think is still in Indonesian, like, at least the vocabularies and the sentences, sometimes the structure is still kind of wonky, so, I get you. I feel ya. Again, I feel like people who made this game is essentially them projecting what they're feeling about learning a new language, if I were to guess. Would I just get a confused look if they didn't understand my intent? Those were the kind of insidious thoughts that hung over me all the time. But even so, timid as I was, there were times you had to take a leap of faith in order to change yourself, which is true. Which is very true. And I think I've talked... Remember, I think it was in my birthday stream where I mentioned I was doing something but I cannot talk about it. Essentially what I'm trying to do is essentially a leap of faith that I just don't know whether it'll go anywhere or not, but I just YOLO and tried it and see if anything comes out of it. Because I just, you know, feel like I need a change as well. I need a change, you know. Okay, so this part we know. We can skip now. Oh, okay. I think my answer was like... I should open the... There it is. 愛してるって誰にでも言える? Okay, that's the Japanese walkthrough. So that means because there's 誰に demo, so it would be, is there anyone you can say you love? Because 誰 someone, 誰に you know, someone, anyone, doesn't say Ruka, so it's this one, which I did pick in the other run.
Mi pedas vin diri en yuri amo.
どう言えばいいんだ? Chubi povas senjene confessi via amo.
Oh! Are you able to confess your love easily? That's different from what?
愛してるって誰にでも言える?
Oh! Oh, that's different? Is there anyone you can say you love? That's what she said. But then...
Chubi povas senjene confessi via amo.
Oh, interesting. Are you able to confess your love easily? Oh, what? That's trippy.
ねえ、ルカ、まだ...
No, we can skip. Okay, kiss! Kiss, kiss, kiss! Kiss, kiss, fall in love. Yeah, there it is. There's a kiss. Yeah, we've seen this part, right? Oh, yeah, bed. Yes. Yes. I think we can skip now. Yeah, they're gonna bang. They definitely gonna bang.
私から迫ってみたのに。まだ話が終わってません。リンの時間だけが進むのはそうなの。私だけ置いて。
Yeah, we can skip. We got it, boys. We finally understand. Ooh! I have something I couldn't tell Rin. Ooh, I cannot skip this part. Hello? I straightened myself up and blinked dramatically in surprise.
これはレイにも言えなかったことです。
Okay. That must have meant it was pretty serious, right?
リンにいてもいいですか? 私が聞いてもいいことなの? リンにしか言えません。
Okay.
でも
But what is it? Got turned away with a hesitant expression on her face, but then with a look like she'd made up her mind.
私の本当の名前。
Real name? What?
ルカの本当の名前って。私はこの世界に来てから
Oh! What?
ルカです。でもその前は違う名前でした。
My brain was working overtime. What did this mean? Ruka didn't become Ruka until she arrived in this world? So before that, in her old world, she had a different
名
name?
前を変えたの? そうです。私の本当の名前を知られたら
What?
元の世界へ帰れない。
Why?
ずっとそう信じてました。
Why do you come to that conclusion? I'm so confused.
でもリンには教えてもいいと思って。
Okay. I wasn't sure how to respond to this sudden development. Was it possible, like Ruka said, that if I learned her real name, she could never return home again? Did she really feel comfortable sharing something so significant?
聞きたいですか？
I want to. Ruka's... Oh! I think the answer is... I think tell? Is it? Oh, this is weird. This is such a weird question. Let me hear?
聞かせて。
I mean, she has trusted you. I feel like if you were to say, don't tell me, can lead to a lot of... both are... I guess I can go back and see if it changes anything. If I passed up this opportunity, I might never get another chance. Maruka's real name is Lekma. Oh no. Oh no. Oh man. That's how I saw things. I nodded for Ruka to continue.
私の本当の名前は
Spill the tea, sis!
Mi avera nomo estas Alice.
What?
Mi nomiĝas Alice.
That's very far from Ruka. It was Alice? What the fuck? That actually surprised me. I thought it would sound like similar to Ruka or something. No, it's just Alice. What the fuck? Jesus. That's a good name. That's a good name.
Alice.
The way she said, hold on, can we just...
Mi avera nomo estas Alice. Mi nomiĝas Alice.
Alice. That's kind of funny though. I mean, Alice is probably the way you pronounce it in Esperanto, but then it's Alice. That's an interesting way to say Alice.
Yes,
And then Alice.
said.
But
いいよ。もうそれ以上は言わないで。
I guess we'll know in the after story, huh? So this whole thing is an Alice in Wonderland fanfic. You know what? Yes. Yeah, but potentially. Felt guilty, like I was asking about something I wasn't supposed to know. But I also felt a little bit proud.
私、このことは他の誰にも言わない。私の心の中だけに留めておくね。
I promised Ruka from the bottom of my heart.
ダンコン。
Ruka smiled and gently pecked me on the forehead.
ウィン、優しい。
Alice in Wonder Gay. Absolutely true. Wonder Gay indeed.
そんなことないよ。
Just the warmth from that little bit of contact filled me with joy. Ruka was Ruka. She was herself and no one else.
でも、そんなリンも、ルーはすごい。
I'm looking forward to Rin at night. Oh man. I couldn't believe she said something so brazen with that smile on her face. Okay, we can skip. And then they bang. Yay! They bang, everyone! Okay, so let me load it and see if this game gonna give me something else. I think if I were to say don't tell me, it's just gonna immediately continue to
やめておくね。
It was better if I didn't hear this secret. That's how I felt in my heart because...
私にとってルカは
Okay, interesting.
ルカだから。うっかりました。
Ruka smiled and gently pecked me on the forehead. Yeah, then he just immediately go here. Nothing changed. Okay. That's pretty good to know. Pretty good to know. Now we can just start with the actual thing. You know, the title of the stream, the after story. So here we go. The Days Gone By. Are you ready for some new shit? Days Gone By chapter. We recommend turning translation on. I think I have it on. I can check. again?
リン呼び鈴を鳴らしても出てこないから勝手にお邪魔す
Oh no! Oh no, you're gonna caught them red-handed! They're gonna be all no? That's bad. Okay, let me just check the translation on. Let's go. Ah, I see that nothing compromising is happening, which is that's good.
モメントキヨジャペリスプラットアウイヨアリア
Cockroach. Jesus, that was the first thing thought to come to mind when she unexpectedly rushed at me as I opened the door.
私暇ですることがなくて
There's nothing to do? What do you mean? There's Ruka. Was that I'm sorry.
緊急の何かが起きたわけではないのね
What about gay panic? Does that count as emergency?
ああ緊急ではないですが大変です
Oh, what's he
何が
said?
大変なのかしら実はここ数日ルカ
Oh,
がいなくて
so literally nothing to do. And no one to do. Okay. Okay, now I understand.
いない
So you're gonna do Ray? Don't do that.
あれ
That's cheating.
あいや冗談のつもりだったんですけど
Bruh.
冗談ってルカはいるのいないの
待ってください昨日からルカが修学旅行で1週間いないってレイさん知ってましたよね
Couldn't believe I had let myself get set up. What the fuck? Oh.
待ってください
Oh yeah, I'm Ray. This is not Rin. Okay, I'm not playing as Rin. Right. I'm gonna leave it on D because haha D is nuts. Comprensible. Oh, I get it. Or is first one? Oh, which one should I pick? First one
初
here?
耳だわ
本当ですかどうしてレイさんに何も言わず
Is this a bad choice? I don't know. Oh, Aurelio, hello, welcome. You came in just in time. Welcome. Benvenuto to Language 2. And we are in the after story. Hell yeah.
1週間の旅行だったのねてっきり 3,4 日だと思っていたから
それは
Vincent was tilted at a ridiculous angle as she tried to make sense
ど
of
う
things.
かしたの
だって今レイさんは初耳って言いましたよね
I did say that because I don't know which one to pick.
そうね
なのに3、4日だと思っていたっておかしいですよねそれだと修学旅行のことは知っていたことになるわけで
True, it doesn't make any sense now.
知っていたわよ修学旅行のことは
Ah.
いつまでを聞かされてなかったから初耳と言ったの
なんか騙された気分だ
It does actually.
あ
I
なた
agree.
が深刻そうに冗談を言うから付き合っただけのことよ
Bruh. Turned towards the table, giving Green a sidelong glance. I looked around the living area as I drank the tea she had prepared.
この部屋も変わらないようで変わったわね
そうなんですか
以前ここに私が住んでいたことは話したわよね
Yes, you used to live here, but I forgot the entire story. And then I remember you were talking about someone else and about the gate and everything else, and I actually forgot everything about that part, so my apologies.
聞きましたルカと一緒にですよね
Yes
Yes. I had left most of my things behind when I moved out of the apartment. I had told Rika to make use of them as if they were her own, but also I wanted to be able to return at
あ
any
なた
time.
にとってルカはいい保護者かしら
それはプリゾルカントって意味での保護者ですか
ええ別の意味で尋ねてほしかった
Guardian. More like guardian. Stultulo. Rin is a fucking stultulo. Fact! A fucking stultulo. There we
あ
go.
なたは訪問者ビジタントの
Oh, man.
世話役としての保護者プリゾルガントのことかと尋ねたでしょ。ということはそれとは違う保護者も想定しての質問だと思ったの。すみません、全く考えずに質問しました。バカですね、私って。みんなモーカスビン。
Oh, shit.
あなたは自覚なしで言ったつもりでも実は深く考
Aww.
えている。だから自分をそんな風に卑下しないの。本当かな。本当ですか。
Rin, you gotta put yourself up a little bit more.
では私が証明してみせるわ。あなたは保護者という存在に対して年上のイメージを持っている。違いますか。
I mean, true.
まあ確かに。そして自分とルカの年齢を鑑みて本来ならば自身が彼女の保護者であるべきなのではと思うことがあり、
Makes
それは
sense.
プリゾルガントとは別のものとしてあなたの中に存在している。だからこそあなたは私に対して保護者の意味を聞き返した。ルカがあなたにとっていいプリゾルガントであることを認めつつ、自身はルカの良き保護者になりたいと思っている。
A good guardian.
そんな気持ちを抱いている自分にあなたは気づいていないの？自分の中にある保護者のイメージはどうしてもお父さんお母さんなので、言われてみると確かに笑われた。ごめんなさい。今のはあなたを笑ったわけではないの。
I take another look around the room, searching for traces of myself.
私にもあなたと同じように保護者イコール父や母の考え方しかなく、それをこの世界のプリゾルガントと結びつけようとして困惑した時期があったの。チュベレクレードゥミン。
Ooh. Rin had become strangely doubtful of me lately, perhaps because I had been teasing her too much. Yeah, no shit.
でも
Oh,
そう
man.
か。レイさんも私と同じビジ
Oh,
タント
interesting
だから、
question.
レイさんにはレイさんのプリゾルガントがいてもおかしくないんだ。
Do tell.
それはどうかしら。プリゾルガントがつかないビジタントもそれなりに存在するのよ。
But did you have it? Or did you not?
じゃあレイさんにはいなかったんですか。いたわよ、ちゃんと。
Yup.
どんな人だったんですか。レイさんのプリゾルガントさんは。
A hot mommy?
さっきも
Maybe?
話した通り、私もプリゾルガントに父母の
Oh no, a hot daddy? Or
レイさん。
wait.
さっきも話した通り、私もプリゾルガントに父母のレイさん。
That was close. I let myself get carried away by the conversation and almost mentioned parts of my past that didn't need to be discussed. No, 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 no! Talk about it! Shut up!
昔の話はこれぐらいに。
Fuck!
わかったわかりましたよ。何が。レイさんのプリゾルガントさんも年下だったんですね。はい。
I could never predict what this girl would say next. I think that's the entirety of this game. You could never predict what this girl will say next. Also, this line sounds like a title for a clickbait, like a YouTube video clickbait thing. You could never predict what this girl would say next. Gone sexual. Even wild guesses should have limits.
ちなみにどうしてそう思ったのかを尋ねてもいい？よくぞ聞いてくれました。すっごく簡単なことです。
Rin folded her arms and proudly stuck her nose in the air.
レイさんが保護者に対し私と同じような印象を持っていた。そしてそれをプリゾルガントに結びつけとなった。すなわちそれは
10 things Rin misunderstood. Number 7 will shock you. Gone sexual, not clickbait.
それは
Oh man.
私とルカの場合と同じ状況で、お父さんお母さんみたいな位置づけがしづらい相手だった。
I mean...
だから私のプリゾルガントがルカと同じように年下だったと
Instead of Prizorganto being younger, it could be that the Prizorganto is a lover? I mean, I don't know. I'm just like saying shit out of my ass, actually. I don't know. I don't have any clue at all.
そうです
So close. It was actually quite regrettable.
年上の可能性はあ、
Uh,
同い年だったかもしれないとは考えられない レイさんの場合はどれに当たるんですか
yes! You know what? I would love if Ray just say, so which one was it in your case? And her answer is just, yes. That would be so funny.
Tio está secreto.
Oh man! I wanna know! I wanna know! You should have just said yes, that would be funny!
望みはついえたさりげなくも根掘り葉掘り聞きまくろうと思ったのに
Don't worry, you may not know, but we will. We will find out, probably soon. Actually start to pity her a little, the poor emotional thing.
この世の終わりみたいな声を出さないのだいたい他人の過去を知ってもそれがあなたの人生に役立つとは思えないわよ
In fact, it was more likely to hinder. That was why I...
そんなことないですだってレイさんは他人じゃないですから
The unexpected earnestness in her voice caused me to lose my train of thought.
こんな言い方は失礼かもしれませんけど私にとってのルカがお母さんならレイさんは言っても平気ですか
Oh! Say it!
ボンボールお母さんのお母さんみたいな存在で
Isn't that a fucking grandma? So you're thinking Ray is your grandma? Read what the fuck? I was grateful for her choice of words, but even without that consideration.
十分に嬉しいわ
There was nothing offensive in her words, they were quite accurate. I mean true, but also... That's funny. And it confirmed that she viewed me as a member of her family. Oh. Rin wants two mummies. Exactly.
私は子供の子供みたいな存在に何かしてあげないといけないわね
Ray's grandma, a grandma king. Oh no. Oh man.
じゃあレイさんの赤裸々な過去をボンボールエスティシレント
Oh shit. Started to think as I watched Rin settle down. What she truly wanted to know wasn't my personal past. She saw me as having been in a similar position as her, so she was looking for some way to improve her relationship with Ruka. In that case, I would make this quick.
あなたにある訪問者と保護者の過去を話してあげましょう
Aha! Ruka and Ray then.
それって私とルカ二人が出会った頃のお話よ
Interesting.
おカーシスアンタウセスねえセプヤーロイ
7 years. That means Ruka was 7. Interesting.
コーラウネパーシスロンガテンポ
Hadn't been very long. That's quite a long time now.
Kiam onimin resendistilla administreo por visitantoi en Tokyo.
Ah!
En kiumi stagis.
Ah! Ah, you mean it hasn't been long since you had been sent from the... in Tokyo. Tokyo, right. Also, you know Ray's voice actress? Ray's VA does the accent for this language better than Kanako's. I'm sorry. It's just interesting though.
De kiam onimin resendistilla administreo por visitantoi en Tokyo. En kiumi stagis.
See, it sounds more, you know, less of a... Not garbled. What's the word? Yeah, I think you know what I mean though. It's more clear. Ray, the way Ray says things in Esperanto or in Juliamo is clearer.
Algia agenteo en sugito. Kiemi iam logis.
See? The tone as well. Very different.
Protio mia cefa tasko estis nur helpado alla superai oficistoi.
This actually sounds really good. Let me just say, this sounds fucking good. Anyways, my primary duty was to assist superior officers, right?
ちょっと待ってください。
Oh, Rin is confusion. Got it.
しょっぱなからユリアンも全力全開で全くついていけません。
Kanako sounds like anime foreigner characters. Exactly. At first, I thought of Ray exactly like that too when I first play the first game. But now that I've heard Kanako more, actually Ray's accent and pronunciation sounds really good. Ruka is still way better for obvious reason, but Ray comes close. For sure. Ray comes close.
Still
with the R though. Lakonton instead of rakonton. Which is... yeah. Did you understand my story even a little bit?
出だしの6、7年前と訪問者管理局の話題と仕事がぐらいで限界です。
Stay in my head, please. Fucking Beanie. Oh my god. That was all she needed to understand. I was actually about to sincerely praise her, but if I continue like this, she would become exhausted just from listening.
日本語でお話をする方がいいかしら。はい、お願いします。わかりました。
After all, it wasn't as though I had committed every word of my conversations from back then to memory. It was only a general outline of how the discussions had gone. Also, depending on the situation, there were some details I would need to keep hidden. Why? Why are you trying to hide things?
当時の2人の会話のことの葉もわかりやすいよう日本語に置き換えた方がいいかしら。そうですね。それだと助かります。
Yes,
当時の
please.
彼女の声はあなたが想像してね。わかりました。7年前として。
Wait, 8? Oh, is Ruka 15 now?
8歳か。
Which makes sense. It's second game, I guess.
そうね。
Wait, did I count it right? 8. Yeah, 15 now then.
いける。余裕でいけるぞ。
What kind of voice was Rin conjuring up inside her head? This is the voice. This is the voice of 8 years old Ruka. Classmate tachi wa asshole. I don't understand. Kobun. That's literally how Ruka sounded when she was like 8. Oh man. Someone who lived through that time. I was curious, but there was no way for us to compare.
それではもう一度最初から。
I took in a deep breath and turned back the clock in my mind. I wondered where I should start. I wondered how much I should say. Perhaps it was because I was hesitating even though I intended to speak about Ruka. That person's face appeared for some reason. Oh, could that person's face would be, you know, the girl that she talked about in the first game, which lead to the talk about the gate. So potentially the reason why she doesn't want to go into it is maybe she's heartbroken the fact that she's gone or something. I don't know.
レイさん、こっちは準備万端ですよ。ごめんなさい。そうね、かれこれ10年は前のことだから少し記憶が曖昧な部分もあって。10年？ルカ8歳じゃなくて5歳の時の話ですか？
Thank you, Rin. I had been feeling rushed and unintentionally started talking about a separate incident. But now it would seem as though I were hiding
さすが
something.
に10年は時間を巻き戻しすぎたわね。
Ray, you're so sus.
ちなみに10年前だとレイさんは何をしていたんですか？
I think she was up to something like potentially, I don't know.
中学生ね。そっか。今の私よりずっと年下だったんですね。
If she was in middle school, so if she was like, for example, 14, she would be like around 24? Yeah, 24, 23 right now? Is she?
ずっとね。
Way younger, huh? Ah, that means that person is older, is it? I was younger than Ruka is now when she said that. However, she was forgetting that middle school lasted 6 years in this. Oh. Wait, what? Middle school lasted how many years? What the fuck? She's young. I feel old now. I know, right? I know. Like, when you hear someone, like, they say, like, oh, I'm 24, 23, or I don't know, 20. And now me, feeling like a boomer, we're like, yeah, kids these days. Oh, I'm so old.
あれ、でもレイさんって7年前には訪問者管理局で勤めていた？ 10年前が中学生だと計算が合わなくなる？ギリギリ合います。それより本題に耳を傾けて。
After putting a stop to her admirable arithmetic, I cleared my throat to begin
と
again.
にかく私が正式な訪問者管理局員になった頃のお話よ。
I had misrepresented. Hold on. Oh god. Blech. Misrepresented things slightly, but from here on out, I would be genuine. I dug into my memories and began speaking once more. I had the day off to make up for working a holiday. I got ready for work as usual. I had to walk all the way to Sugito station before I finally remembered that I had the day off. I was still getting used to my work schedule, and I wasn't good at handling changes. I sighed in exasperation at my idiocy, but didn't feel like simply returning home at this point, so I decided to at least do some shopping while I was out. I couldn't decide whether to stay in the local shopping district or to take the train to Yokohama. Yokohama, nice. If I had realized I had the day off when I first woke up, I probably would have ended up spending the whole day in bed. In light of that, it didn't seem like such a bad idea to shake up my boring life with a little excursion. After some time, I decided to make a trip out to Tokyo and started to head towards Sugito station. But before I could take more than a few steps, right next to the stairs leading to the station, there was a small child standing all alone. Ah! What the fuck? Oh, hold on, hello, what? Hey, yo, we got a handsome Ruka now? Hey, yo, what the fuck? There was nothing unusual about that in of itself. However, the writing on child's head caught my attention. I did not expect this at all. What the fuck? Oh man. Usako? It could have just been an artistic design, but to my eyes it looked like Japanese writing. Not Giuliano, but Japanese. On top of that, it was different from this world's Japanese writing. It was a mixture of katakana and kanji writing that I was familiar with. It caused me to unconsciously stop in my tracks. What the fuck? Then, as if in response to my action, the young child lifted up their head and looked at me. I had never seen this child before, and it didn't seem possible they could have known me. However, the child seemed drawn to me in some way. Talking loud makes me feel so out of breath. Holy shit. And so,
こんにちは。
I offered an ordinary greeting, Bonantagon, but the child continued to stare at me. I wasn't certain whether they considered me a potential threat, but they were certainly on guard being called out to by a complete stranger. I assumed the child might be cautious, so I awkwardly took a step back and followed up
調
with
子はいかが？
Kielfi fartas, a common expression. When they turned away from me, that was the end. Oh, are we gonna hear Ruka speaking in suddenly a very good Japanese? Ooh. Could tell that child had no desire to have a conversation with me, and I was just about to leave them alone. But
よ
then...
くない。
Yokunai! The child responded with the voice of a sweet young girl. Dankon said trege? Malbone. Her appearance was androgynous. The fuck? This is Ruka, what the fuck? Her hair had been tucked up underneath the hat she was wearing, and her clothing looked like something a young boy would wear. So until that moment, I hadn't been able to tell she was a girl. Then she continued.
それであなたは
Oh, wow. She actually do sound cool, but I kind of expect the kurasumeto tachi wa asshole. Sorry. I remember a strong sense of bewilderment from the harshness in her reply. Looking back on it now, I had run up against the protective wall she was keeping around herself. Even so, I felt the need to keep our conversation going.
調子はいいわよ。ところで
Hold on. Okay. I responded while also trying to change the subject. But the girl...
私は特に困ってないの。だから気にせず素通りして。
This is really weird. Not only had she seen through me, she had put an end to our conversation. Although she didn't seem enthusiastic about it, she had shown a desire to continue, so what was I to do in such a situation? This was how I thought about it at the time. I would make an attempt to get her to look at me again. It seemed foolish to repeat my awkward attempt from before. So I decided I had no choice but to drop the act.
ねえお嬢さん。あなたは私とはもう話したくない？それはどんな意図があっての質問なの？私はあなたと話をしたい。だからこうして立ち止まりあなたを見ている。もちろんあなたが拒否するなら対話は諦めるわ。
You know, there's something I'm wondering. The fact that the hat is in a language that Ray recognized, essentially the Japanese language that Ray recognized, the fact that Ray mentioned that could lead to something else later on. So I'm gonna keep an eye on that. You know, the fact that Ray mentioned that particular fact. Looking back, I probably should have crouched down to make eye contact at her level, but at the time I wasn't so composed. Regardless, the girl lifted her head again, and I prayed she would look at me. I felt proud of myself for not giving up so easily. The girl eventually gave in to my perseverance. Now that she was finally looking at me, she asked,
どうして私に声をかけたの？
with a bit of sullenness in her voice. And so I answered honestly. We were finally having what felt like an actual conversation.
その帽子に書かれた文字が気になったから。
Where'd you get the head?
なんて書かれているの？知らない。
Wow! Ruka sound like edgy sad boy.
どこで買
Wow.
ったの？どこだろう。
It's interesting because while she still sounds like she's speaking in kinda a broken Japanese, which maybe in a way this game trying to tell you that maybe her Esperanto was also like broken by this point. So, you know, it makes sense. But also, she speaks a lot of Japanese, and it actually sounds like she's more fluent here. Does that make sense? Than in the original playthrough, I suppose. Does that make sense?
あなたが買ったものではないのね。これはお母さんが買ってくれた帽子だから。
See? That. Boshi dakara. That just sounds straight up Japanese.
これはお母さんが買って
Accent?
くれた
But
帽
then?
子だから。
Boshi dakara. See? That's why I keep mentioning, like, it sounds like she's more fluent speaking in Japanese right now here. Which again, I mean, they're actually speaking in Esperanto or in Juliamo right now. So this is probably the game trying to tell you that, oh, she speaks well in Juliamo, just still a little bit broken, but very pretty well. You can tell from the accent as well that there are accent and then suddenly, oh, no accent, or just no foreigner accent, I guess. Hard to explain. I hope you understand what I mean. The writing on her head had nothing to do with the girl directly. It was just a design that had been placed there by a visitor who likely came from a... Ah! Okay, okay, so it's literally just that. I thought it's gonna mean something else entirely. Okay. Why had that led me to the conclusion that this girl who was wearing a hat with a familiar Japanese writing on it was herself a visitor?
そうだったのね。それであなたは今一人？
It was a weekday. Considering the girl's age, she should have normally been in school at this time. However, I was hesitant to ask her bluntly about school at that point. One reason was because I was aware there were some children who were unable to go to school despite wanting to.
誰かを待っているの？私が待っているのは人じゃない。だとしたら、はぐれたペットのウサギ？どうしてウサギだと思ったの？なんとなく。はぐれたのはウサギじゃなくて、私はここで空の色が変わるのを待っているの。
You wanna go back? When I heard that, the doubts that I had set aside earlier suddenly came floating back.
あなた希望者、訪問者なの？どっちだと思う？
This is weird. Here, here.
どっちだと思う？
どっちだと思う? It's just... She just sounds like more fluent in Japanese. It's so weird because I've been so used to her saying super broken Japanese, essentially. I knew the moment I heard her reply. She had no intention of hiding it.
少なくとも訪問者であることは認めるのね。認めると何かいいことがある？それは思わせぶりに嘘をついたかもしれないと考えないの？
Although it was true that she had brought up the subject of the sky's color, it seemed rash to arbitrarily decide she was a visitor. Hopeful. There was still the possibility that she was simply having fun at my expense.
あなたは嘘をついてないと私は思うの。どうして？私はお母さんから
What the fuck, Jesus Christ!
相手に自分の秘密をつけてはならないと。
That scared the bejesus out of me.
だからそれら
This
し
is long.
く振る舞うことで。
The sentence is not that long and she's talking like for like a minute or so. Also, Jesus fuck, who is this Oni-chan? Thank you for the kukuri. What was it again? Donachi, not donachi. So it's donatso. Donat. Yeah, so donat. Donut. I forgot. Please help. Thanks for the don't know. Thank you so much, whoever you are, Oni-chan. Donatso. Donats. Like donatso. So it's so hard to say that one.
万が一あなたの言うその教えが嘘だったとしても、私は空の色の変化を待っていると告げた時のあなたを信じるわ。その根拠を教えて。
Suddenly donuts. Oh, I want some donuts now. Oof. Should I get some donuts tomorrow? There's like a donut place like down there in my building. Oh no, it's a holiday right now. I don't think they're open. I guess we'll see. I want some donuts, so maybe I'm gonna buy some donuts. Also, tell me why you believe. Tell me why ain't nothing but a... I'm sorry. I could see the slightest hint of anger deep in her eyes. Despite that, I had no intent of trying to say something that would appease her.
口ほどに物を言うということわざを信じている。
Ooh, I mean, that's true. Because I was also bad at lying.
で、ルカはそれに対して
Luca 18, exactly. Luca is crawling in her skin. Crawling in my skin. This wound they will not heal. Oh
レダウ
man.
リンでネニアミティです。 que la cunabino estas Luca.
What do you mean? That was Ruka, right?
あれ、でも今のどう考えてもルカの話ですよね。
どうしてそう思うの？
They is a Ray, good lord.
それは、そうだ、最初に私とルカが出会った頃の話ってレイさんが言いました。
私としたことが。
Bruh.
ほら、ひどいですよレイさん。嘘とかつかないでください。
嘘はついてないわよ。少なくとも私は話の途中で彼女のことをルカとは呼ばなかった。
Ray sure loves gaslighting people. When you think about just teasing everyone so hard, it's gaslighting even me. Holy shit, Ray, stop! Good lord. Lin was getting suspicious. I truly had no intent to mislead her, though.
また、私をからかって楽しんでますよね。
それは認めるわ。でもルカの名前を口にしなかったのには理由があるの。
Oh, is it because of the real name Alice?
何ですか？
あの時はまだ彼女の名前を知らなかったから。
I mean, you're not wrong, Ray. My god, you don't need to be unnecessarily complicated like this. What the fuck?
そうか。
Exactly!
いや、別に
Thank you,
そ
Rin.
こは伏せなくてもよくありません？
You take the words out of my
他に
mouth.
も何か理由があったりします？
かなり疑り深くなったわね。
誰のせいだと思ってますか？
Exacto. Perhaps
とに
mine?
かくその日のやりとりはそこで終わってしまったの。お互い名乗ることもなかったから。
まさかレイさんルカを放置したとか？
人聞きの悪いこと言わないで。
Oh.
どちらかといえば私が捨てられたの。
Sutarareta. My god, my Japanese suck. Abandoned. Or just, I was the one being thrown out. Sutarareta. Steru. That one. Throwing things. Abandoned? Abandoned is the correct translation, I feel.
あの子は私の隙をついて逃げ出したのよ。
Bruh.
はあ、ルカが？レイさん大好きのルカが？
I mean, you can't see it in your mind, right? You can see it in you know, you cannot imagine that Luca was like a edgy teen, like a edgy sad boy. I'm 14 and this is the Tappa.
あのね、お忘れかもしれませんが、その日は初めて会った者同士よ。
Also true. Also edgy.
それにしたってルカが。わかった。レイさん、ルカに意地悪しましたね。それでルカが逃げ出した。そうでしょう。
It was possible I may have caused Rin to be a little too
こ
mistrustful.
の世界に来て間もなかったルカに対し、いきなりのユリアンも全開マシンガントークをかましたとか。
I would never do such a
似たようなことは
you.
したことがあ
Yes.
ったわね。
Yes. I had maintained the appearance of only speaking Yuliamo in front of Rin until she found me out.
すみません。さすがのレイさんでも小さい子の前ではしないですよね。
もちろん。
I limited my teasing to those who would call me out on it. Nothing is less funny than a joke that no one gets. True. Oh my god, that's so true.
念のため誤解している可能性を考えて先に言っておきますが、ルカと出会った時、彼女は普通にユリアーモを話してました。お忘れですか？会話も日本語で語ってほしいと願ったのはあなた自身よ。
そうだった。声の脳内変換がバッチリすぎて日本語をペルフェクトに喋る小さいルカで想像してしまった。
Exactly.
あれ待ってください。6、7年前ってことは今のルカは15歳だから当時は8歳か9歳ですよね。
そうね。
Can I already confirm her age earlier?
レイさんと会う以前にユリアームを学んでいたって。ルカは何歳の時にこの世界へとやってきたんですか？彼女からは最
True.
初管理局の施設に連れて行かれてとしか聞いてなくて。
That is a good point. Yeah, what the hell happened? Edgy 8-year-old, exactly. I agree. Had even Ruka hidden the details from
そ
Rin?
のあたりは私の口から明かしていいか迷うわ。折を見て本人に直接尋ねてもらえるかしら。
Regarding the things I knew about as well as the information I would be unable to
訪問
clarify.
者管理局員として書類上でのみ知り得た個人情報だから。そういうことならわかりました。
I was grateful that Rin was such an understanding person. However, I would have to exercise more caution from here on out. If I were merely revealing mundane details about my daily interaction with Ruka, then it wouldn't be much of a problem.
施設
However,
にいた当時の話はどこまで聞かされたの？この世界に来てすぐの頃は管理局の施設に預けられて、その後はすぐにレイさんがって言っていたような気がします。
that was a considerably abridged version of events.
それなら私も。
So you're trying to... It's kind of dishonest? Not dishonest. It's like she's trying to leave a lot of things out to the point of... The big picture is the same, but... Essentially, there's more to this story though still. Why is Rei trying to hide things? That's what I've been wondering. What the fuck? Drop 8-year-old off on another planet. Instant edge. Yes, absolutely. I felt that it would be best if I glossed over the problematic
この
parts.
世界に迷い込んだ多くの訪問者たちは管理局が関連する施設に案内され、そこでいろいろな調査や説明が行われるわ。簡単に言えば、私があなたに対して行ったような判定試験をはじめに、本人の置かれている現状を理解してもらい、訪問者としての登録やこれからについてを担当者と共に模索するの。
Rei has a past of darkness, damn. Rei was the edgy teen sad boy.
その期間は訪問者によって様々でね。担当者と反りが合わないといろいろと苦労することになるわね。反りが合わないって？それはその表現の意味がわからないという意味での質問？ああ、それは理解できます。馬が合わないとか相性が悪いとか、そんな感じの意味ですよね。そうね。この場合における反りが合わないは主に意思疎通が難しい時が多いの。言語の問題ですか？その通りよ。これまで現れた訪問者たちの協力で集められた情報をもってしても、会話の糸口さえ見つけられない場合もあってね。
True, I could only imagine. Like, for example, like, just imagine our world, okay? And then there's a visitando come to our world and they speak in a completely different language and you'll be like, what the fuck? And then you're trying to figure out their language, right? So I bet there's still gonna be issues, especially in the beginning, to just at least try to understand them. So I get it.
ここはやってきたばかりの訪問者からすれば異世界であっても、この地に暮らす人々からすれば、それはそ
True.
のまま裏返しの表現になる。
True.
あなたのように最初からことの葉が通じる状況は本当に運が良かったとしか言いよう
Yeah,
がな
because
い
of
の。
yeah. That is
お分かり
true.
かしら？
That is true. Rin is extremely lucky when you think about it.
はい、その説は大変お世話になりました。土下座はやめてね。
Dogeza? It's not just bowing, it's dogeza? Dogeza is essentially when you just bow down to the floor. Jesus. Let me remember Rin upon seeing her drop to her knees from the sofa. See? She just drops to the floor. Jesus.
あ、
What?
いえ、普通に頭を下げるだけのつもりだったんですが、そうか。土下座の
Wait,
ルー
what?
ツはレイさんだったのか。
Wait, what? I was just going to lower my head like a normal bow. Oh, hey, I wonder if Miss Ray is the reason Ruka tells me not prostrate myself? Prostrate. Lying stretched out on the ground with one's face downward. Oh, so that's what it means. Ah, okay, gotcha.
はい？いえ、なんでもありません。ひとまずそういう施設があることは分かりました。
Lynn took the opportunity to get up and refill our tea. As I watched her from the corner of my eye, I pondered how to continue the story. The next time we met was by pure chance. To say that would be a total fabrication. So I decided to share the truth. Oh, Jesus! I didn't mean to press that, I'm sorry! Again, the button for the sound is literally the next to enter. I'm pressing enter right now. I'm sorry. I deliberately looked up her information to ensure our next encounter. It was simple to do. Believing the young girl's intimation that she was a visitor, I took advantage of my position at the administration and inquired with every branch. Not to accidentally bonks. People be, you know, they're being wholesome or just like serious shit happen and suddenly bonk. I'm sorry. It happens sometimes. A slip of a finger. What can I say? I have clammy hands sometimes. She was approximately 7 or 8 years old and her name was unknown. Even so, using her approximate stature along with a critical distinguishing feature, it only took about 1 week to track her down. Nato sending random people to horny jail. I mean, even random people be horny sometimes, so when I send them to horny jail, I tend to not be wrong. Have you ever thought of that? Have you ever thought of that before? The one thing that made all the difference was the writing on the hat she had been wearing. The words Usako, written in a combination of katakana and kanji. It was in her records precisely because it was the item she'd had when she became lost in this world. At that point, I reached out immediately to the institution where she had been registered and arranged a second meeting. Her eyes became so wide when she saw my face. From that point on, I visited her every day and we talked about various things. Only because I received permission from my supervisor, as it was related to my duties. After various developments, I made the decision to become her guardian. The most difficult part was getting the girl herself to consent. Oh boy, Ejisat boy, here we go. However, waiting for what was to come made all the day-to-day challenges seem to melt away. It was quite an ordeal in both good ways and bad. Then the day... Also, I noticed that they changed this because there was like tiny chairs as well over here. In the present time, and back then there's only this couch, this chair thing, which is why Ray said, "Oh, this place looks different now." Good detail, game. Then the day finally arrived when she set foot in this apartment for the first time. The institution contacted me, saying they were sending her in the car. The doorbell rang at precisely the appointed time. Ayo, what the fuck? She changed! All of a sudden, she just changed. What the fuck? I expected no less from government efficiency. When I opened the door, I saw the girl standing there, just as I pictured her. She had arrived wearing the adorable outfit I got for her! It made me so happy I could just... I'm sorry. Horny jail? No. Go to jail! Ray, what the fuck? Bonk again, just because. I didn't feel comfortable expressing how overjoyed I was at the time, so instead I simply waited with a smiling face for her to say something. Ray, better de-edge this girl. Oh no.
Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa. Her bashful greeting was much more gentle than the first time we met, and her voice sounded adorable.
Konnichiwa.
I was careful to use as gentle tone as possible. As I returned her greeting, then I suddenly noticed something. There was no sign of the person she was supposed to have arrived with.
ところで施設の方は？
ここへ来るのは私だけ
Why?
よ。
私は車であなたを送ると聞かされていたけど。
タクシーでここまで送られてきたの。
Ew, why? This is a kid, just leaving her alone? The
あ
fuck?
なた一人？
Yeah, exactly.
一人だけよ。
Did they not intend to confirm she had arrived at the right house? Even by taxi, it felt irresponsible to send such a young girl by herself. Exactly. But that...
担当者の付き添いは
Oh!
私が断ったの。
Oh! You want to be... to come here by yourself, okay. Apparently it was her
その
idea.
理由を尋ねてもいいかしら。
答えないとダメ？
I took that as an indication she didn't want to tell me.
どうぞ中へ入って。
I decided to go ahead and invite her inside for
こ
now.
の家では靴を脱ぐのね。
She asked timidly as she noticed the entryway.
その通り。スリッパに履き替えてね。
When I looked closer, I saw she only had a single small bag
荷
with her.
物はそれだけ？後から郵送で届くものがあるの？
I thought maybe they had told her to only bring the things she wanted, since I would have all the day-to-day necessities. But it still seemed like she had exceptionally few belongings.
必要のないものは全部置いてきたの。
She's still edgy.
そう。わかったわ。
She was still as blunt as ever. Even so, she seemed relatively less distant than the first time we met. As proof of that,
思い出し笑い？
she asked
違
shamelessly.
うわよ。
Children mustn't be scolded for their observations. It was a frightening thing to have my grin called out by an 8-year-old. This is kinda, very... Ray, are you okay?
それほど広くはない家でも、それなりのものは揃っているのよ。
I gave her a tour of the apartment, starting with the living room and then showing her the washroom, the toilet, and so on. Then I reached a figurative fork in the road. Do 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 do. Kisetsu omeguri. Do not say fork and road. We do in this channel we do not say fork and road in the same sentence. We do not. Kisetsu omeguri iratsuita saki. Private bedroom tour? Horny jail? Or just go to jail. That's at that point FBI gonna don't oh god solid no. There was something I felt she needed to choose for herself if she was going to be living here.
さて、あなたに質問です。
なに？
一人の部屋と二人部屋。これからどちらで過ごしたいですか？
Oh man. Ray attended a certain school, I see. Oh no, does that mean if Ray, wait, no, I cannot say it. I forgot. The fourth game hasn't come out, so I cannot say it. I was about to say something that's in a way kind of not exactly a spoiler for the fourth game of Flowers, but also it's part of the you know what, no, I'm just not gonna go into it.
それは
She disappeared in spring and then in fire. Oh man. Oh man. It would seem that Ray's actual name is actually Mayuri. I see now. I see now. It's the cult all along.
いいえ、部屋の広さ自体に
Oh, man.
ほとんど差はないの。でも、あなたが一人で利用するか、私と一緒に使うかの違いはあるわね。
Which would she choose? I can say now that depending on the choice, I would have had to tidy things up again.
別の部屋は見せてもらえるの？
もちろん。まずはこちらからご覧ください。
I started by guiding her to the room I had been using. I just realized Okay, so Ray had been using this room and there's like 2 pillows. I mean, it could be just a big bed. Makes sense. But then you have to think about, did you sleep with the, with your guardian? Ray? I'm sorry. That will be the one that you're in and using now.
2人で使う場合はこちら。
So essentially, there's a lot of DNAs potentially in this particular bedroom. Yep. If you want to stay with me, it will be this room, right? I had tidied it up to ensure there was enough room for
どう
her.
かしら？地味？
Wait, is this the same room as the one at the end of this game? You know what? My brain isn't working these days. Bruh. She poked her head through the door without stepping inside and looked around before asking.
もう一つの部屋はやっぱりね。
It was perfectly natural for an 8-year-old to want her own private space. At this point, I wish I had taken the time to clean up in there.
こっちよ。
I let her go back through the living room and opened the door to the other bedroom, just a crack, so she could see
ダ
inside.
ンボールしかないのね。そうよ。これまでは物置として使ってきたから。
I see. I did clean up in there from time to time, but it was going to take more than moving those boxes out to make it usable. Same. Just like this bedroom. This apartment, my apartment is a 2-bedroom apartment, and yet this bedroom behind me, this is not a master bedroom. This bedroom behind me has been used as a storage area. I've been wanting to clear it out, but I haven't been able to. Not because I'm lazy, because I can't. The stuff in there, I cannot throw it away because it's not mine. Sag. Just like before, she peeked her head inside and looked around before folding her arms dramatically.
もう一度さっきの部屋を見せてもらってもいい？どうぞ。中に入ってもいいのよ。
She stopped just outside my room again and in a quiet voice whispered,
トイレはこっちの部屋の方が近い。
Why would that be something that you take note of? Interesting. Then with a look of surprise on her face, she asked,
ちなみにあなたのおすすめはどちら？
It was as if she were trying to help me save face.
そうね。あなたが望むならこの部屋でもいいと思っているの。どうして？一人で部屋にいると寂しいし、時々怖くなるの。怖い？あなたは大人なのに？あなたよりもほんの少し年が上なだけよ。
The fears of an adult more than a decade older than her seem unlikely to convince. Oh! That would mean that Ray is a teen right now. Interesting. A slight correction. I actually found her silent stare much more unsettling.
あれはあなたが使ってるベッドね。そうよ。私は床で寝ることになるの？まさか、それはないわ。目の前のベッドで寝てください。そしたら、あなたが床で寝るの？
My instinct was to ask her if she wanted a bed to
10
herself.
年前は床で寝ていたわよ。本当に？嘘ではなく本当よ。もちろん布団は敷くけどね。
On top of a futon, right? She looks slightly annoyed. This is kind of adorable. This is an adorable face. Then all of a sudden, she pointed at both me and herself and asked,
二人でも使える？
to which I responded,
あなたが望むなら。右と左、あなたはどちら側がお好み？
I repeated my proposal.
どっちでもいい。あなたは？私もどちらでも構わない。でもせっかくだから交代で試す？今夜はあなたが右で私が左側。どうかしら？あなたに任せる。
She still sound edgy for sure. The way she answered spoke volumes. She must have been at least a little anxious being placed in a new environment like this. So I decided that for today at least, I would back off and give her a chance to get
それじゃあ
acclimated.
荷物はそこに置いて。お昼ご飯はまだ食べてないわよね。先に聞いておくけど、何か苦手なものはある？
私はと
What are these faces?
でも平気。
Her expression is very animated. She's very expressive. When she was a kid, it's kinda weird. But I love the expressions so far. It's really cute. I had asked the question with the intent of doing my best to make whatever she requested. But given the way she answered, I figured I should just make something quick and
で
simple.
は、私にお任せで。どうする？台所で一緒にお料理をする？それとも、ここでゆっくり待つ？
She looked like she wasn't sure how to answer, and her gaze fell to the floor. She was still just a child after all. And on top of that, she had just been thrust into a new environment all by herself. So I wanted to be mindful of that as
わ
well.
かりました。料理ができたら呼ぶから。
What is this? See? What is with these expressions and why are they so good? These are really good fucking expressions, holy shit. This is a kid's face when someone is trying to be weird to kids. Let me just say. I gently scooped Ruka up in my arms and set her on the side of the bed.
あなたはこちらでお待ちください。いいですか？
What are these faces? What are these faces? It's so adorable. The fuck? GG game, GG. Once I heard her agree, I left the room. Then, while standing in the kitchen, I became seriously distressed. I realized that this would be our first time eating together. I didn't even know how much to serve her. So I decided to make a communal dish that we could share.
それほど時間がかからずできて、子供が好きそうなものは。
Kare? My first thought was something like spaghetti with meat sauce. Would that be appropriate? Though I guess kare is actually taking a long while to do. I remember that being the only thing I could come up with at the time. Making the sauce would take some time, but it would be worth it for the flavor. Since she didn't seem to have any dislikes, I decided to go a little heavy with the carrots to use up some of the extra I had. Naturally, I chopped them up very
お
finely.
待たせ。お昼ご飯ができたわよ。
I called from the outside of the room and waited for a response, but I was met with silence. I didn't want to open the door while she was in the middle of changing or anything, so after waiting a few moments I decided to try knocking on the door. Except there was still no response. Even so, there was no way I could just leave her alone, and I timidly opened the door to peek inside. Sayori happened. I timidly opened the door. I gently opened the door. And what I found! Oh man. She fell asleep? She was propped up against the bed with the slow, steady breathing of someone who was asleep. Aww. I touched her gently, even if it meant she might wake up. Because otherwise... I gently lifted her up and laid her in the middle of the bed. By the time she finally woke up, it was after 3 p.m. Our first meal together ended up changing from lunch to a late afternoon snack.
ちょっとね。思い出し笑い。ああ、教えてくださいよ。後日、ルカから聞かされたの。私がベッドに寝かせた時、実は彼女、起きてしまったそうなの。それって寝たふり？そうよ。俗にタヌキ寝入りと呼ばれるものね。
Plain tanuki? What the fuck?
どうしてそこで私をじーっと見るんですか？別にそれほど体はないわよ。
Papa. Sarin pursed her lips together in a pout and couldn't help but smile. Ruka used to make the same expression all the time when she was little.
実際には 寝ぼけていたみたい。お腹は減っていたものの、まだまだ眠いし、その場で目を開けるのもどうかと思っていたら、そのまま寝ていたそうなの。ああ、なんとなくわかる。
Everybody knows your persona, Rin. Rin is a furry, now got it.
ちなみに、前日は前日で眠れない夜を過ごしたらしいの。
Oh man.
遠足の前と同じやつだ。
I imagine her former case was more likely due to anxiety than due to excitement, though.
じゃあもう、それからルカの可愛い無双の毎日がスタートだったわけですね。
Bruh. And before Ruka is just, you know, being super edgy all the time.
違うんですか？何か問題を起こしたとか。
Sounds like it.
そうね。
Oh
初
boy.
めの頃に起こしてくれた事件といえば。
For some reason, there was one particular incident which stood out in my mind even after all these years. I seem to remember it occurred about 10 days after Ruka arrived. At the time, Ruka had only just come to the house and my supervisor had given me permission to only work half days. So I was struggling to plan out the mornings and afternoons in a way that would allow me to balance work and home. But in practice, one always seemed to supersede the other. I couldn't bear the thought of my co-workers taking on my duties, so for a while I was putting in full work days. Until finally around day 3, my supervisor said, "Just tend to your duties at home." It was just a little past noon when I arrived at the apartment.
ただいま。
Ruka was in the habit of taking afternoon naps around that time, so I tried to enter the apartment as quietly as possible. I didn't find her in the living room, which was expected. Her shoes were also still in the entryway, so I knew she hadn't gone out. I assumed she was sleeping in the bedroom and went about taking care of some things I had left unfinished around the house, all while trying to be as quiet as possible. But after a while, I noticed something. The lunch I had left on the table appeared untouched. We had both eaten breakfast together, so she had seen me off when I left for work. Had she skipped lunch because she wasn't feeling well? I suddenly became frightened at the thought and turned towards the bedroom. I nervously opened the door and peeked in through the crack to find... What the fuck? Ruka humming cheerfully on the bed. My first reaction was a sigh of relief, but then I suddenly noticed something strange about the situation. Oh, when I looked more carefully, I saw Ruka was in her under... Not that! Not that one. Aldo.
Stop. Stop.
Stop! Can you, Ray? No, also I do not want to get arrested myself. Stop it. And spread all around her were several articles of what I could only imagine were my clothes.
いいですか、ルカ。女の子はいつも身だしなみに注意しないとダメですからね。
It's kind of weird listening to Ruka speaking almost perfect Japanese.
言われなくても分かってます。
Still has the accent though. Wakatemasu.
本当に？
What the fuck?
もちろん。これからそれを証明してみせます。
Seemed as though she was carrying on both sides of the conversation. She pointed cheerfully at articles of my clothing as she quietly said,
どれがいい？これかな？こっちかな？
What's the fuck? She was playing by herself, as one would expect from a girl her age. I had to stifle a laugh as I watched her play. After all, I wanted to see what would happen next. I imagined what it would look like for an 8-year-old to try sticking her arms through the sleeves of an adult's clothes. I'm certain you would have kept watching if you were in that situation.
これなんかどう？私に似合いそうでしょ？まだ少し早いわね。
少し早いわね。
こっちの服ならあなたでも着られそうね。それは少し子供っぽいと思うの。だったらどれを選ぶの？私だったらこれ。
What Ruka chose was a shirt of mine that had been living deep in the back of the closets. I'd gotten it a while back, but had never found the opportunity to wear it. I had bought it on a whim back when I was still a student, and at this point I wasn't sure if I was ever going to wear it.
おしゃれだけど、ちょっと私には早いかな。
It was on the longer side, so if she wore it, it would end up looking more like a dress than a shirt.
そうなると、どれ？私ならあえて一番大人っぽいものを選ぶわね。
The most adult clothes? What the fuck? I want to clarify that it was not I who made this suggestion, but rather her doing an imitation of me. Although looking back on it now, I probably would have suggested the same thing.
それならこれ一番お値段が高そう。
She was probably right. What she had picked out was a matching shirt, skirt, and overcoat set that hadn't seen the light of day in ages. I didn't want to remember how much I had spent on that outfit.
これは丈が長い。
Obviously, they were adults' clothes after all. I had to clamp my hand over my mouth to keep from saying that out loud at the time. But then came what happened next.
でも着るだけ着てみよう。
It looked like she was going to try to wear it with the sleeves rolled up, and she tried to thread her arms through the shirt. Then after struggling to poke her head through the top, she suddenly took it back off. The real problem came after that.
順番を間違えた。
She said as she reached out to grab a certain something. And what do you suppose that something was? As I was watching, it felt as though time stopped for a moment.
大人の下着。
I see this coming. Stop! Fuck! Oh my god. What the fuck? Should I grab one of my bras of all things? And on top
こ
of
れ
that...
さえあれば大人の胸が手に入るよね。
That's not how it works. She proclaimed innocently. The cat put the bra on over her own underwear and started shaking her body from side to side.
揺れる？揺れない？揺れない。
I imagined that would be impossible since she was still just a child, but of course I couldn't say anything since I had been secretly spying on her this whole time. However,
そうか。何かを詰めたらいいんだ。
what? No, stop! When she started looking for socks or some similarly small objects to stuff inside, I knew she was serious about wearing the bra.
そこまで寄るか。
In that moment, I forgot myself and threw open the door!
レイ。
She looked terribly surprised, and when I saw the corners of her mouth start to contort, I realized my mistake. I shouldn't have raised my voice in that situation. I should have gently teased her before giving her a light reprimand. Oh my god.
ごめんなさい。
I thought for certain she was going to start crying when I saw her prostrating herself in front of me in apology. And what I ended up blurting out was...
レイさん？レイさん！
What?
あー、ご
What
めんなさい。
happened?
ちょっと話し終える場所を間違えたみたい。
What the fuck? Don't leave me hanging like that!
ですよね。で、レイさんは
Exactly.
何て言ったんですか？
What'd you say? I was afraid of that. Why wouldn't she let it slide? Was it revenge? Natural... You said it! You started saying it and then suddenly you stop? Of course someone would be curious about it! What the fuck? She had on such an innocent smile. It was impossible for me to read any malicious intent, so I could only conclude it was the... Why would you conclude that perhaps she had malicious intent? What the fuck?
わかりました。私がその時口に出した言葉はMam zonon vi povas surmeti. Nur kiam vi fariĝos dekkvin aŭ pli aĝa. いきなりユリアもあれ今全然聞き取れませんでしたよ。ワンモアリペートアンコラフォーイエお断りします。
Mamzono. Zono is belt. Literally boob belt. Mamzono. Boob belt? Mamzono. Oh my god.
すごい気になる。 確か15歳とかなんとか言って、あとは今だけ私のユリアーモ力上がれ
That's me whenever I speak in a language other than Indonesian. Mostly Japanese. Like, I would understand what people said and I'm like, Nihongo umaku something something. See, I already forgot how to say things now. Umaku something janai. Fuck. I don't know how to Japanese say. See? This is why I keep wondering, why do my language skills have to suck so hard? Seeing Rin clutching her head and looking up at the ceiling, I wondered if I should explain in a way she was more likely to understand. No, I had said too much already. Why are you hiding things? What the fuck?
何が？ルカはレイさんのブラにいろいろと詰めて試着しようとしたんですよね。それって結構な量だったんじゃないかなって。どうして？だってレイさん胸大きいじゃないですか。
Yes, Ray's boob belt is big because her mamoin is very badonkers. Ray be like, oh, these? My boobies? My massive fucking titties? My super stuffed up milkies? My hunger bunker doinky boinkies? My super fucking... Oh my god. I'm sorry. Why did she seem despondent at that? In her own way, Rin was also... Yes, Rin, one day you can say the same thing. Oh, these? My boobies? My massive fucking titties? Oh my god. Bruh.
私だってそれぐらいの年齢で今ぐらいの大きさになったんだから。本当ですか？
Bruh.
本当よ。だいたい私は15歳までブラを誰か来たみたいね。
What the fuck?
今チャイム鳴りましたか？私が見てくるわね。
That was close. I almost let something slip about my own pitiful Why aren't you saying... What the fuck? Why are you hiding things? I don't understand. I would have to be more careful from here on. I don't understand. It seemed like this might be a good place to end today's reminiscing. Let me save.
どうしてレイさんこんな場所にいるんですか？
Where is here?
私の家はこの近くよ。話したことなかったかしら。言われてみれば聞いたことがあるような気がしてきました。
I had a sudden urge to smile at her characteristic response, but I restrained myself.
では同じ質問を返します。あなたはどうしてこんなところに？
I posed her question back to her.
それは私の家もこの近くに。家って元の世界の話です。元の世界ではそこの大通りを挟んだ向かい側あたりに住んでて。
There certainly was a main street in the direction she pointed. However, her attention was high above the corner, almost to the sky.
よく聞く話ね。
It was said to be common among visitors when indicating the world they used to live in. They turned their attention towards the sky for some reason. Perhaps we were unconsciously using the unchanging sky as a symbol for some impassable barrier.
レイさん、よかったらブランコ一緒に乗りませんか？構わないけど、どうして急に？なんとなくです。
I felt that I understood in some way, seeing the slight smile on her face. She had probably come out here with something particular in mind.
それではお言葉に甘えて。なんで私の膝の上に座ろうとするんですか？
Bonk! Oh my god, Ray, calm down.
あなたが一緒にと言ったのよ。
Bonk! What the fuck?
いや、常識的に考えて隣
It was so cute how she took my joke so seriously. If you were Ruka, she probably would have smacked my bum before I could sit on her.
何年ぶりかしら、ブランコに乗るとか。
My last recollection was from when I was still in school, so that would be I decided not to count the years.
あなたがいた世界も、ここは公園だったの？はい。そして、ここから見える風景も、ほとんど変わりません。あそこにあったはずの大きなマンションがないぐらいで。
Okina mansion? That's what she said. Oh, that means a fancier type of apartment. Because she mentioned mansion. Because I think in Japanese that's essentially mean the fancy apartment thing. Rin narrowed her eyes and took in a deep breath.
レイさんはどんな世界に住んでいたんですか？この辺りの風景はどんな感じでしたか？私は元の世界でもっともっと遠いところで暮らしていたの。だからこの地域については比較のしようがないわね。そうするとレイさんは別の場所からこの世界へ？ええ。地元ではなく
Rather, I suddenly remember what I had seen just before I became lost and shut my eyes.
レイさん？
What the fuck?
あ、ごめんなさい。
Sauce!
ちょっと寝不足で。
Ray's so sauce. It wasn't a lie, but I ended up using it as a cover.
そうなんですか？だったら早く家に戻って寝た方が。大丈夫よ。せっかくの休日にわざわざ公園まで来たのだから、もう少しゆっくりさせて。
Oh, getting late.
それに、せっかくあなたに会えたのに、置いて帰るのもどうかと思うの。私は別に。あ、そうだ！なんだったら、レイさんの家にお邪魔させてもらってもいいですよ。また今度ね。
Oh, man.
ブーブー
Boo boo! Deswa! Boo boo. I had left the house with several personal mementos spread out across the table, so I declined just for today. I turned away from Rin, who continued doing her best impersonation of a pig, and look at the bench near me. Memories are born and live in objects. Those objects can be all manner of things or people across time and space, but as they accumulate, they also become brighter, making the connection stronger. The promise I exchanged with that person, sitting on that bench that day, was seared into my heart. Who is this person, and why are they important to you? Were you in a gal pal situation? Gal pal / roommate situation? Do tell, come on. Spent so much time with her. Was why I was here now. My life now was because I still felt the same way, and what that person gave me was... Oof. Yeah, Ray's definitely brokenhearted. It's probably the girl that she talked about and she left the entire fucking world, so she's now just sad. I started to sway gently on the swing and Rin began moving along with me.
この世界に来てから2日目ぐらいにここまで来たことがあって、あそこのベンチに座っていろいろ考えていたらそのまま寝ちゃったんですよ。その時はまだ空の色が変わらないことを知らなかったから、私はちょっと寝ただけだと思ってルカの部屋へ戻ったんです。そうしたらルカに今はもう夜だって教えられて、って話、もしかしてレイさんすでに知ってたりしましたか？ええ、その結果だけは。でも公園で寝ていたことは初耳ね。
The truth was, Ruka was so worried that she called me over and over again until Rin returned. I wondered if I should tell her about that.
それでベンチでの寝心地はいかがだったの？まあそこそこ。さすがソファーで1年近く寝起きした子は違うのね。
Does anyone know how far along I am in this particular after story? I'm gonna save over this. Oh boy. How far along am I in this one?
それ褒めてますか？
This is longer than I thought.
ええ。そして今更だけど謝らないといけないわね。
You're quite there? quite there, like halfway there? Or, you know, how many percent, essentially?
何をですか？私はもっと早く部屋を用意すべきだった。いくら本人がソファーがいいと言い張っていたとしても。ああ、それは自分が言ったことですから。実際、
Oh,
あ
if
の
you
ソ
don't
ファーでの
remember.
寝心地は最高だったので。本当に？それならまたソファー生活に戻りたい？いいえ。
Just a quick nope. Couldn't help but smile at her immediate
冗
reply.
談よ。でも過去にあの部屋での生活を放棄した女の子がいたという事実をあなたはご存知？
What?
それってやっぱり
Rin lowered her voice and appeared to silently mouth the name of the person in
その
question.
通り。この前の話の続きになるけど。
3 more major scenes? Oh shit. Swung once on the swing before beginning my story. Story was about that 8-year-old's rebellious face. It had been about 3 weeks since Ruka moved in with me. Our life together had settled down somewhat, and I had gone from working from home back to working off days on a trial basis. Looking back on it now, I probably should have continued working from home a little longer, but at the time I hadn't been able to focus on my work while I was at home. Naturally, my primary focus tended to be on Ruka whenever I was at home. I figured everything would change again if she started school, but I never said anything about that. Ruka hadn't been going to elementary school when she was living at the institution. She was a bright girl, so her grades were excellent. Her language study were particularly strong, and she seemed to have picked up Yuliamo quickly. And then, once she was able to have daily conversations without any difficulty, she received a number of proposals from her assigned officer. One was the possibility of homeschooling with a guardian. Another was for her to commute to school from the institution. Ruka wasn't receptive to any of those ideas and rejected them one after the another. So even though I was her guardian, I tried to avoid bringing up this subject of elementary school with her. If she found an idea that sparked her interest, I planned to be more than happy to cooperate. However, my first priority was to get her acclimated to her new environment.
おはよう、レイ。おはよう、ルカ。もうお顔は洗った？もちろん。私は起きたら最初に洗面所へ向かうもの。
This game feels nostalgic to me. I played it before getting into law school, and now more than 2 years passed. Damn. Damn. Feels like, you know, meeting an old friend, huh?
朝一番に利用するのは私よ。レイは早起きだからね。レイはレイ。私は私。
Even though we shared the same bedroom, we still kept a different schedule. Just as Ruka said, I was me and she was her. It was important we respect one another's differences. However, our daily routine was going to change going forward, so it was going to be necessary for each of us to reevaluate our understanding of one another.
私はこれまで通りの時間に起き、いろいろと準備をして、8時半には出かけるようになります。そして17時までは職場です。でも万が一残業があった場合、その限りではないでしょ。
I also learned about your stream through the first game. Wait, really? Wait, really? When was that? So it was like around... When did I play this game? Like the first game? I didn't... It was a long while ago because that was the first series where the entirety of the series I have my face cam with my old shitty webcam. I remember that. It was this game. Before I tried using a webcam like to show my face in Kindred, because before that I played Kindred Spirits full chorus, I think. I showed like around somewhere in the middle of the series or maybe around at the end of the series of the stream. Of the series of that stream, I guess, for Kindred Spirits, and then in this one, it's the first one where I just show my face, I think.
ちゃんと覚えていたのね。
I saw your videos like 2 years ago. Damn. You've been here for quite a while. Everyone has been here for quite a while, I think. And I'm happy. Honestly, I'm absolutely super happy and grateful that you all still here despite everything, you know. My channel is not exactly perfect, far from it. Still a mess, and yet y'all still here, and I'm glad, you know.
レイは昨日から何度も同じことを言ってます。気づいている？もちろん。私は一度言われたら必ず覚えられます。
Ooh, when I began watching you streaming, you were doing Yumeo Tsutsu? Oh shit! Yumeo Tsutsu. That was like a long time ago, man. Long time ago. I think I played that in 2022. 2022. I mean 2020 as well, right? I think so. I don't remember.
それはすごい自信ね。だけど、あなたは大切なことを忘れているわ。何よ？
Nani? That was kinda.
それ何よ？
Because of the accent, it's kinda Nani yo. It's kinda weird.
人間とは忘れる生き物だということ。
That is true. That's me. I'm very forgetful. I tend to forget a lot of things as, you know, I think me streaming this game is like a good proof that I forget things a lot. And I tend to forget where my phone even is sometimes. Like I'll be like looking for my phone or even my glasses. I'm not even kidding. I'll be looking for my glasses. No, it's not like on top of my head or I'm holding it or something. No, it would be like I put it somewhere and I'm like, wait, where's my glasses? And it's so hard for me to find my glasses because I couldn't see things. Oh boy, very forgetful. I still remember the exact moment when I first saw you streaming. Saki was getting slapped. Holy shit! Oh, that one. Oh, which route was it? The one getting slapped would be Saki's route, right? So the first round, I think. Ruka was a clever child, so she instantly realized what I was trying to tell her. However, that was also directly tied to her sense of self-esteem, so if she made a mistake, she would sometimes get very upset.
だったら訂正する。レイが納得できるまで好きなだけどうぞ。
I realized that moment I might have made a mistake, so I tried my best to change the subject without making too big a deal out of it.
では簡単に。一日の食事は朝の段階で一通り用意していきます。お昼ご飯は12時から13時の間に食べてください。
You know, there's something I've been wondering. Ruka... What's Ruka, like, first language? I wonder. Like, we actually didn't know, do we? Like, it's definitely not Japanese because she could hardly speak it. And she learned Yuliamo here. What is her original language? Can you just imagine it's actually just English? And then I would love to hear Ruka speaks in perfect fucking English. That would be fucking cool.
おやつはいつもの小箱に入ってます。基本的には15時にどうぞ。ただし食べ過ぎないように。そして念のために用意する晩ご飯は私の帰りが遅くなった時のためのものです。きちんと戻れた時は改めて作ります。
Ooh, hold on, interesting. So, Ruka says a few German phrases in the first game. Oh, potentially German then? Interesting.
ここ
Interesting.
までがおさらいですが、何か質問はありますか？特にありません。では、一日の過ごし方について。私は仕事です。私の仕事は勉強と遊び。
True. Even today, I remember how she copied my use of the word work and how she added play at the very end.
外には自由に ててもいいの？徒歩で行ける範囲であれば。ただし知らない人に声をかけられてもついて行ったりしないようにね。もしも
Oh shit, sorry.
月を見て逃げるようにする。
Of course, I was a stranger too, the first time we
念
met.
のためこの電子マネーのカードを渡しておきます。でも無駄遣いはしないようにでしょ。
Oh, hello, Ayasuba, lulu, and welcome, Bon Venom to Gay Language 2. And at this point, I don't know if this will be the last stream. It depends on how long this is. Because this is longer than I thought.
よくできました。
Because it also
ご飯に
depends
し
on
ましょうか。
whether I can, if my body can handle it, because I haven't been able to sleep well and tummy goes brrr. You know how it is, man. Spent breakfast with her as we had been doing every day up to this point, and then I left for the visitors administration. Though I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best to actually finish this now because I feel like I've been putting it off. Even though it's not like I'm putting it off. I've been sick. Oh man. As you know, it's within walking distance of the apartment, so that was extra insurance that I could come home straight away if something happened. I repeated the instructions to her every day for about 3 days without any notable incident. So I was looking forward to an uneventful weekend. And as you've no doubt guessed from that let in, something was in fact about to happen. It was Saturday morning. I woke up about an hour later than usual. I was probably feeling lethargic since it was my day off. Luca wasn't in the bedroom, so I went to the living room. What I found there gave me a shock.
おはようルカ。あなた一体何をしているの？見てわからない？私はレイに代わって朝食を準備しているの。
She was standing in the kitchen looking at me with her hands on hips and her nose in the air. There was a pot of water boiling on the stove and the steam was coming from the rice
準
cooker.
備が遅れてごめんなさい。では変わりましょう。いいや。
Yeah.
どうして？レイは、そう、最初にすべきことをしてください。
For several seconds I had no idea what she was trying to say.
ヒントは必要？
I was able to guess what it was from the smug look on her
ま
face.
ずは顔を洗って出直してこいと言いたかったのね。その通り。
It pained me to admit that she was right, and so I silently went to the washroom as she said. Even though she had a cocky attitude about it, I wasn't the slightest bit upset. In fact, I actually had to try desperately to suppress a laugh. After all, I had just been put in my place by a girl not half my age. I was looking forward to seeing how well she could keep me on my toes. So I washed my face. I thought of what I was going to say to her when I got back. But then something more troubling popped into my head. Just what was Ruka planning to make for breakfast? And who had put the rice in the rice cooker?
Ruka!
I rushed to the kitchen, still drying my face with a
あ
towel.
なた、炊飯器の使い方は分かったの？それぐらいしてます。お米と水を入れ、ボタンを押すだけでしょ？
Did you wash the rice though? She wasn't wrong, however.
その作業はどれぐらいで終わったの？
I'll say the amount of water.
3分もかからなかった。
Oh.
お米を水に浸した時間を除いて3分？お米を用意してからボタンを押すまで。
I was getting a bad feeling about
ちな
this.
みに、その沸かしたお湯は何に使うつもりだったの？カレーを作るの。
Oh no, is that hard? I looked at Ruka's workspace in the kitchen, but didn't find any ingredients for curry. Instead, I saw 2 silver pouches which had been placed in the
もし
pod.
かしてそれは棚の
Ah.
中にあったレトルトのカレー？
I would love some curry, any kind of curry. Oh, it's been a long while. Also, I miss this particular curry that I have in my city where you can add mozzarella in it, and it's just I want it.
そう、ちゃんと2人分あるから安心してね。
I heard the cooking timer go off, and Ruka hopped up and down with joy. I almost couldn't bear to see
あ
her
り
like
がと
that.
うルカ。でも次からは先に相談してね。
I said, or something to that effect.
寝ているレイに
She responded with a question that wasn't easy for me to answer. I wasn't confident I would be able to make her understand, but there were things that needed to be said, so I started by reprimanding her with a
そう
request.
少なくとも私が家にいるときは一声かけて。火を使う料理はまだダメよ。お湯が欲しいときは電気ケトルを利用して。
電気ケトルにカレーを入れても平気?
Oh boy. When she asked that, I had a mental image of curry pouring out of an electric kettle, but I kept that to myself.
わかったわ。レトルトを温めるときだけはコンロを利用して。
I also forbade her from using the kitchen knife and from trying to get plates off the high shelves in the cupboard. I knew enough from living with her up to that point that if I explained my reasons, she would understand.
ねえ、レイ、約束は守るから、そろそろご飯にしない？
そうね。では、今日は私がお手伝いの役をするわ。
We had the curry she had heated up and the rice she had cooked. We sat down together and gave thanks for our food before the chef, eager to be first, brought her spoon to her mouth. She tilted her head to the side and her honest opinion came
ご
out.
飯ちょっと硬い。
Yeah, you didn't put enough. For sure. I could have taken steps to fix the rice before it was served, but I thought it was more important that she realized where she had gone wrong. I asked her, why do you think it turned out like this? And then explained the reason for pre-soaking the rice, hoping she would take the lesson to heart in the future.
すごい。レイさん、めっちゃできる保護者って感じですね。そうやってルカを本物の天使に育てたわけですか。
Sorry, I'm streaming, my boy. My dude. To be perfectly honest, I was rather proud of myself in that moment as well. However,
残念ながら私自身そうは思わない。
that feeling was nothing more than conceited
この
pride.
話には続きがあるのよ。
It didn't take long for me to put back in my place. Breakfast was over and I was feeling very satisfied seeing Ruka comfortably at the table. I was thinking this would be a good opportunity to teach her a little about cleaning up so that I could feel more comfortable leaving the house in the future.
これが終わったら、私、昼食を作りたい。
いいわよ。
Oh no.
あなたはどんなものが？
レイは何が食べたい？
Oh no.
何でもいて。
Oh no.
私、作ってみせる。
She gonna burn the whole house down, she said cheerfully, but I had some leftovers I needed to finish
あり
first.
がとうルカ。だけど今回はあなたが食べたいものを作ることにしましょう。
どうして？
私には食べるべきお昼ご飯がすでにあるから。
I opened the refrigerator and took out a plate wrapped in plastic, which I showed to
こ
her.
れは昨日の夜の？
そう、一人分残っているから。
You may recall I made both lunch and dinner before going to work, just in case I arrived home late, so that Ruka would be able to eat on her own. So on Friday night, we should have had dinner together. However, things didn't go quite that way. As I was about to leave, someone from my office gave me a present for the little lady at home. So we ended up having 3 servings of dinner available that night. I gave Ruka the food from my coworker and I ate the food I'd prepared in advance. So the leftovers in the refrigerators were from last night's dinner.
私はこれをお昼に食べるから、あなたは。
それは私が食べます。
どうして？
だってそれはもともと私が食べるはずだったものでしょ？
She was right, but I preferred that she ate something hot and freshly made. So
いいえ、これは私が食べるつもりで取っておいたものです。
that was how I explained it to her.
昨日の夜に続いてまた同じものを食べるの？
ええ、そうよ。これが私が食べたいものなの。
What I want to have. Nicely put. Looking back on it now, I can see my attempt to avoid a conflict was a mistake. Oh no. When I said those words, it appeared to trigger something in Ruka.
わかった。じゃあレイはそれを食べて。
Bruh.
私は自分で自分のお昼ご飯を作るの。レイの手は狩りな。
Oh no. Also, what is this clothes? Is this a seifuku? But with some frills in it? What the fuck is this? The fuck?
それは私の手伝いはいらないという意味？
もちろん。
あなたは一体何を作るつもりなの？特に何かあるわけではないのね。
卵かけご飯。
Egg rice.
ご飯に生卵をかける料理。
Oh.
知らないの？
知らないわけじゃないけど、それは料理というより。
That was something usually made in a pitch if we were running low on time or ingredients, right?
じゃあゆで卵ご飯にする。
That is technically still egg and rice.
ご飯の上にゆで卵を乗せるの？
So it's a good meal though.
それならちゃんとした料理でしょ。私が一人でもお湯を沸かしてもいいってレイは言ったもん。
Having just rice and one egg is actually like a meal. In my country, that counts as a full meal. That's also like one of my meal usually because it's very cheap. All you need is rice and make like, I don't know, scrambled egg or maybe just some fried egg and or just anything to do with the egg, and then you know just eat it like that and you're good. That's a full meal. That's my lunch or my dinner, you know. There's nothing wrong with that.
あのね、ルカ。自分のできる範囲で何かを作ろうとするのはとてもいいことだと思うの。でも今のあなたでは
何もできないって言いたいんでしょ。
いいえ、そこまでは言わないわよ。ただね、
レイはいつもお説教ばかりする。私が一人だと何もできないと思っているでしょ。
Kids, am I right? They tend to do that. I mean, yeah.
ルカ。
できるもん、できるもん。レイのやれることなら私だってできるんだから。
Oh my god. Kids these days.
本当に？
Oh man.
あなたは本当にそう思っているの？
もちろん。
では、そんなルカさんにお尋ねします。私にできないことは？私にできないことはあなたにもできない？それともできる？
それは。
She appeared unsure of herself, and when she looked to me for guidance, I turned away and waited to hear her answer.
できると思う。
そう。
Oh, sorry.
私にはできないことであっても、あなたならできることがある。そして、あなたにはできないことを私がする。
Interplanetary orphanage. Oh no.
悪くない。
それは納得してくれたと思っている。
Hold on. I had a miss. So there may be things I can't do, but you can do them, and then I do things. Ah, okay, that makes sense.
理解はできた。
Bruh!
でも納得はしてない。
That girl could be quite difficult.
では、どうすれば納得してもらえるのかしら。
Luca thought about my question for a long time. Then she looked at me with a deviant expression on her face.
まず私が証明すべきだと思うの。
That was her reply.
証明？
そう、それが正しいやり方。私ができる子だってことをレイに証明してみせる。それをレイが認めたらいろいろ教えて。そうしたら聞いてあげる。
What the fuck? I struggled to deconstruct what she had just told me, saying, first, Luca was going to prove to me she could take care of herself. When I saw that, I would praise her for doing a good job. Then Luca would listen to what I would tell her. That seemed to be the gist of it. Yes, but wasn't that a strange sequence of events, though? Exactly. But she was so agitated when she said it.
いいわよ。
I agreed without
では、ル
thinking.
カは何から証明してくれるの？
She seemed quite worked up over the whole thing. After whispering to the stuffed rabbit she was clutching as she were consulting with it,
ここで暮らす。
she proclaimed,
あなた、すでにこの部屋で暮らしているでしょ？違うの。私はこのソファーで一人暮らしするの。
Oh, what the fuck?
はい。
I'm so confused right now.
はい。
Same.
あなたも同じ感想を持ったでしょ？いや、私の場合は何と言いますか。そうね。あなたは別の意味でびっくりしたわよね。ルカはあなたと同じようにソファー生活を希望したの。それ本当の話ですか？誓って嘘は言いません。あの子はリビングにあるソファーで寝起きをして自立してみせると宣言してきてね。それで自分ができる子であると認めろと？ええ。それをレイさんは認めたんですか？どっちだと思う？認めた。どうして即答なの？だってレイさんですよ。考えてみたら選択肢なんてもともとあってないようなものじゃないですか。
Didn't have any other choice. Wanted to tell Ruka she was being ridiculous, but I didn't want to waste time by complicating things further, so I reluctantly agreed. I could absolutely understand where she was coming from.
それでその後ソファー暮らしを始めたルカはどうなりました？知りたい？
Bruh.
そりゃもちろん。
The way she says it. Shiritai? Stop seducing people, Ray.
約1日頑張ったわ。は？次の日、日曜の朝までソファー生活を満喫して戻ってきたわ。
Bruh.
それって無理だったと負けを認めた感じですか？
Sorry.
いいえ、予想の斜め上の答えを持ってきたわよ。
What the fuck?
早く教えてください。ルカはね、ソファーの一人暮らしを証明できたでしょと。
Ruka, what the fuck?
一日で？
Oh shit!
自信に満ち溢れた顔で言われたわよ。
Sorry.
ちなみにご飯とかは？お昼は卵かけご飯、夜はお湯を沸かし即席麺で済ませていたわね。
Boiled water made instant
レイさん
noodles.
はそれを許したんですか？ソファーで一人暮らしを認めたからにはダメとは言い出せなくて、もちろんそれを続けるようなら止めるつもりだったけど。
She had already proclaimed victory before that became necessary.
なんか私の持っていたルカのイメージとちょっと違
Yeah.
う。
Luca was edgy, you know.
そう？
Edgy
今も
teen.
大して変わらないと思うわよ。いやいや、全然違うでしょ。だって私なんかの10倍は料理もできますし、気遣いもすごいし、何をやっても有能ですよ。
So this explains. I feel like Ruka just keep wanting to prove herself somehow. She wanted to be good at things or everything at this point, to the point of that's why the issue that she isn't able to speak to Rin properly in Japanese is killing her inside, because she probably feels like, no, I want to be able to do this, but I can't right now, and it sucks, you know. She seems, again, you know, just wants to keep proving herself that she can do it, essentially.
そのあたりは経験で学んだことでしょうし。
When I said she hadn't changed much, I was referring to her character. But going out of my way to explain that seemed untoward, so I let it go.
そうか。ルカにもそんな反抗期があったのか。
Who doesn't? Think we all have, bro. Rebellious face. The emo face.
あなたはどうだったの？私ですか？あったのかな。レイさんはどうでした？私はそうね、いろいろやらかしたわ。
What kind of misdeeds? I need to know. I need to know what kind of misdeeds. Ray, when I was both Ruka's age and yours. What kind of misdeeds?
なーに？ その期待に満ちた顔は、私は自分のことを話す気なんてありませんからね。
She was making that cute pout again. Ruka used to look just like that when she was
で
little.
もその代わり、もう少しルカのお話を続けましょうか。本当ですか？
I was glad she was so easy to please. If only Ruka had been this easy to handle back then. The story is about the Sunday when she decided to stop sleeping on the
す
sofa.
ごいわね、ルカ。
でしょ？私もう大人だから。
そう、一人でも眠れたし、夜のトイレにも一人で行けたものね。
Bruh. As visitors, we both knew what real night was like. So we both understood the sense of fear and tranquility that came from the period of darkness that was created when we turn out all the lights and close the
で
curtains.
も気のせいかしら。
Someone's messaged me again.
夜、私の部屋の前まで来なかった？
What the fuck? Okay. I'll just read that later. Sorry, my dude. Did you come stand outside my room
い
last
た
night?
けど、それは
それは
I didn't think it would be a good idea to tease her too much, so I left it
そ
there.
れで、あなたは自分ができることを証明してみせたけど、これからはどうするの？
レイが認めてくれたから、あなたの言うことを聞いてあげる。
わかった。じゃあこれからは私の部屋で寝起きしてください。
それはレイが寂しいから？
ええ。一人は寂しかったわ。
Bruh.
あなたは？
ちょっとだけ寂しかった。
At the end of the day, Ruka was an honest girl. I would be remiss if I didn't
あ
acknowledge
とは
that.
食事の準備はできる私に任せてくれる？
She didn't look happy with the idea, but she eventually agreed. I felt like at that point we had finally reached an understanding. But Ruka felt differently.
私、他にも証明する。
もう十分に証明したでしょ？
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, why do you have to keep proving yourself? You literally have nothing to prove. Ruka, what the fuck?
足りない。だって、
What
レ
the
イに
fuck?
できないことを証明してない。
What?
私にできないこと？
レイがいたじゃない。自分にはできないことを。
I mean, obviously, there's things that she can do. For example, peeing while standing. That counts, right? I did recall saying something to that effect. But somehow I was getting a bad feeling about this. And I wasn't sure I felt comfortable acknowledging that.
ちなみにどんなことを証明しようと考えているの？
これから考える。
With a huge grin plastered across her face, I couldn't exactly tell her no. I reluctantly agreed to her proposal. So that afternoon, after what happened the day before, I wanted her to eat something proper for lunch today. I started getting ready to make something for lunch that would require a bit more effort. At first, I could see Ruka playing house over near the sofa, but at some point I lost sight of her. I was busy at the time, so I didn't think too much about it and continued making lunch. In fact, I was so focused that I ended up finishing about a half hour earlier than I expected. Once the only thing left to do was to serve food up on plates, I thought of calling Ruka over to help me.
ルカ？どこにいるの？
What is this clothes? What is this clothes? Christ. Something about it is weird. It's like a mix and match of things, I guess. So weird. I searched the restroom and the shower room and even the veranda, but couldn't find her anywhere. I thought she might have been sleeping in the bedroom, so I quietly opened the door to take a peek inside. But there was no sign of her there either. The only other place she could be was somewhere outside. I was sure that couldn't be possible, but when I checked the entryway, I saw that her shoes were gone. Oh, sorry. At that point, I started to get angry. I couldn't believe she would go out without saying so much as a word to me. so I planned to be a little stern with her once she got back.
遅いわね。
Checked the clock and saw it was almost lunchtime. Given what happened the day before, I started to wonder if she had gone out to pick up something for lunch. I wasn't a very patient person, so I was getting more and more anxious. I had given Ruka her own key, so even if we missed each other while I was out, she could get back inside. I left a note in the entryway and headed outside to search the neighborhood. The first place I checked was the supermarket by the closest train station. I took a quick look around inside but couldn't find Ruka anywhere. The next place I checked was the shopping district. We had visited it together before, so there was a possibility she might have stopped there. I stopped at the familiar establishment, asking each one if they had seen my child. Finally, I found a clue that Ruka had been by an unexpected place. The manager of a hardware store told me Ruka had purchased a rope just a bit earlier.
Rope?
Yeah, that's very random. Why a rope?
びっくりするでしょ。なんでルカはロープなんて買ったんですか？
Ruka's wild. Is Ruka okay?
対応した店員
What
さ
the
ん
fuck?
は小さい子がなぜロープをと疑問に思って用途を聞いたそうなの。そうしたら彼女は自分を証明してみせるためと自信満々に答えたそうで。
With a rope?
意味がわからん。
Is Ruka gonna tie Ray up and then so that she could do whatever the fuck on her own? Just like Rin, I couldn't comprehend at the time either. I walked along, wondering why did Ruka buy a rope for? And before I knew it, I had arrived at Sugito Station where we first met. If I hadn't met Ruka that day, I wouldn't be standing there again at the moment. As I stood there thinking of that, a new concern suddenly popped into my head. Why had she been standing here in the first place? It wasn't as though I'd never had that thought before. I thought about it from time to time, but I'd never had the opportunity to ask her about it directly. However, that day, as I searched for Ruka, I was driven by a desire to ask her as soon as I could. That was why I felt the need to find her. I desperately tried to think of where else she might go. My conclusion was,
部屋に戻ろう。
I at least knew where she would eventually return, so I rushed back to the apartment. As I got closer to home, there was still no sign of her. I burst into the living room and she wasn't there either. I remembered the note I left in the entryway and spun around to look for it, but it remained untouched. There was no sign that Ruka had been back to the apartment, so I sat down and waited for her. Where could Ruka have gone after buying that rope? To be totally honest, I couldn't help but think irrationally. Even though I knew it was extremely unlikely, I hated myself for not being able to dispel the idea. Oh no, is she thinking about the Is that what she was thinking because of rope? Or something? Is this what this game is trying to imply? She had left without a word. There was no messages or missed calls or on either my cell phone or the home phone. Maybe she didn't trust me. Plus I had no idea what she was planning. Was it just because, as an adult, I thought I could understand her? The sense of defeat continued to grow within me until I was paralyzed by it. Even so, I knew I had to do something, so I rose to my feet. What if something terrible happened because I was absorbed in my thoughts? Maybe if I had noticed sooner, I could have stopped her. Those were exactly the kinds of regrets I didn't want to think about. And so, I decided to go talk to someone at the nearest police box. I truly felt at my lowest then. I knew I had to act quickly, but my heart and spirit were so heavy with doubts. I began to feel lightheaded. Oh, Jesus fucking! That surprised the fucking bejesus out of my ass! Holy shit! Good lord, my poor heart! It just suddenly loud sounding, just Jesus! Pity my heart! I nearly tripped over a slight bump in the road that I could normally step across with no problem. When I did,
Lei!
Someone reached out to catch me. I instantly knew who that voice belonged to. Ruka was standing by my side. She was looking up at me in surprise. Aww, I couldn't think of anything in that moment and just held her in my arms.
どこに行っていたの?
Aww.
それはあなたどうして黙って出て行ったの?
This game is giving Naruto a heart attack. Exactly! This is supposed to be a wholesome game and It felt like I just got jump scared. As if this is a horror game or some shit. Jesus.
だからそれは出かけるなら出かけるで、どうして一声かけてくれないの？それとも私には言えないことがあったの？確かに私は至らない保護者かもしれない。だとしても私はあなたが迷わないよう導く必要があるの。そうするって約束したの。誰に
？Interesting, yeah. To who? That woman, I found myself unable to answer her question. I was so afraid that she might slip from my hands and run away. I tried desperately to keep her from leaving.
とにかく教えて。あなたはどこに行こうとしていたの？
Leaving. Must be about the other girl.
寝室？いなかったでしょ、寝室には。寝室に行こうとしていたの。わからない。きちんと説明して。ロープを買った理由は？
Yeah, what's with the rope?
なんでそれをしているの？店員さんに教えてもらったのよ。あなたがロープを買い求めたって。家に電話がかかってきたの？違う。私が外へあなたを探しに出かけて。まさかその覚悟で
？I hadn't realized until she said that. I had gone out still wearing my house clothes.
そんなことはどうでもいい。あなたさえ無事なら。
Aww. At first, Ruka seemed confused by the conversation since I was so emotional, but she seemed to come to understand the situation pretty quickly.
ごめんなさい。
Aww. I hugged her tightly and she apologized. I hadn't meant to upset her, but now that she was crying, I couldn't hold it back either. Embarrassing to be clutching her as I cried in my house clothes outside the apartment. Short time later, once we had both calmed down, I asked her again.
ねえ、ルカ。何が目的でロープを買ったの？無言だとわからないわよ。怒らないで聞いてくれる？ええ。レイにできないことを証明してみせようと思ったの。はい？
What? Ruka was tugging on my clothes, so I went along with her. She led me back to the apartment.
アパートの前でレイを見つける前に準備が終わったの。
Ruka said that she opened the door to the bedroom to show me. First, I didn't know what I was supposed to be seeing. I see a rope there. What the fuck? But after a few seconds, I noticed the open window and the rope leading out of it.
どういうことなの？レイが寝室を覗きに来たとき、びっくりするかなって。
One end of the rope was fastened to the foot of our bed. The other end was hanging out of the open window. To say I would have been surprised didn't even begin to describe it.
これで外に出るつもりだったの？びっくりさせるためだけにこんな真似を？正直に答えて。
What?
私がよじ登るのを見せたかったの。
I'm sorry, what the fuck?
もう一度聞かせて。どうしてそんな真似をしたかったの？
は？
私はレイにできないことができるって証明してみたかった。
By climbing over the window. What? Can you imagine how I felt when I heard her say that?
斜め上すぎる。
Is Ruka okay? Does she need a hug? Does she need some good fucking headpats? What the fuck?
そこは笑
She's
うと
drunk.
ころなの？いや、なんというかですね。
Must have been hard for her to imagine given her reliance on Ruka.
私もその時は理解できなかったの。でも後で施設に確認を取ったらなんとなく見えてきたのよ。あの子はおてんばで有名だったそうね。 男の子みたいなことを平気でやってのけていたみたいで、特に遊具のロープ登りが得意で、そのスピードには他の子だけでなく職員も勝てなかったそうで。
Ruka is pure top. Confirm. Ruka is pure fucking top. Let's fucking go.
多分それを私に自慢してみたかったのよ。結局ロープ登りは披露してもらったんですか？そんな危ない真似誰が許すもんですか？なーにその笑いは。いいえ、
Oh, sorry. Meanwhile, she pulled the swing way back and then tried several times to stand on top of it.
ちょっと
I had a bad feeling about this and got up from my swing to stop her.
思いっきり離れててくださいね。やめなさいリン。
Her swings back and forth were getting bigger and bigger until
黙って見ててくださいね。
she launched herself forward over the railing surrounding the swings and stuck a perfect landing.
私もまだまだいけるいける。
What the fuck?
つまりはこういうことだったんですよってリン。
Oh, you're gonna get spanked. It had been 7 years since then. After all these years, who would have thought I would be scolding not Ruka, but Rin? Rest in peace, you're gonna die. Get spanked.
別に取って食べようとしているわけではないの。
No eating, please! Especially you're out here, which means eating out. No eating out, bonk! I wasn't angry.
いえ、その口元の笑みだけっていうのが。
Indeed. Rest well, Rin. Actually, I was rather pleased by the way she seemed ready to lay down her life before me.
こっちへいらっしゃい。
I don't know if I should feel scared or turn on by that. I'm kind of confused. I think both. Scared and turn on. There we go. All I wanted was to chat a bit about how worried she made me. Honestly, that was all. Oh, how far along am I? This is long. Ordinarily, you might find several people at the library on a Sunday. However, at the library where I work, there was hardly anyone. One reason for that was this library was an annex of the visitors administration building, which meant its collection of books was more specialized. There were even a few items that I, as the librarian, had difficulty categorizing, plus some rare titles of which there were only a handful of copies in the whole world. There was also one of my own published works, a dictionary which was in equally low demand. However, about 1 year ago, that dictionary finally became useful to someone. It actually filled me with pride.
Bonvenon alla biblioteco. Kai longan tempon, Kanako?
Kanako!
Pardon. Che mi longe ne venis alla biblioteco.
Oh my god.
Signorino Alvaro.
My memory is vague. Didn't expect it to be this long. Kanako bowed deeply, sounding a little on the formal side. We had seen each other about 2 months ago, but it must have been close to 2 years since the last time she set foot in this library. Ruka and Kanako had been on a school trip until just yesterday.
Chun Ruka ne genis vin?
Ne, estis mi, kiu genis ciuin.
Yeah, this is kind of jarring now. Ray's Yuliamo is really fucking good. Oh shit. What did I just click? Oh, there we go. Kanako added that it was always her causing the problems. It was a little comforting to see that her expression seemed more relaxed than the last time we met. However, I was concerned that she was still feeling down on herself. Blech. I got the impression that her sense of causing problems for everyone didn't have anything to do with the prior incident involving Ruka. Did Kanako still feel inferior to her? Or was she still agonizing over what had transpired with me and Ruka?
Do porcio hodiau?
Mi venis tienci por serci iun libron.
She was here as a patron. As a librarian, that made me happy. I asked her the title of the book she was looking for, and she said,
La titolo ne estas konata, sed la verkinto mi scias.
And when I asked her the name of the author,
La libro estas vortaro compilita de Signorino Arbaro.
Was it Arbaro Rey? Naturally, I knew exactly which book she was talking about. I found it without even having to look. It was my own dictionary after all. Yep, it's her.
La Voltaro Trovigas, sed onine laitas el portigin extella bibliothekon.
Damn. Today's VA is doing a great job. Honestly, I can't get over that. Today's VA does some good work with the language.
De la biblioteco?
The fact that she persisted must have meant she was very interested.
Ĉu vi volas sekrete pruntepreni ĝin?
Mi ne klaĝas spedi tion, ĉar la regulo estas regulo.
Right! Rey Arbaro. Right. Which in Esperanto means tree. Right. Gotcha. Only a truly upstanding girl would have shown such concern for me. I was willing to check the book out to her, but in exchange for something.
Kion vi faratis en la vojaĝo? Sciig tion al mi.
I was still thinking about what she said earlier about causing problems for everyone. Kanako's eyes went, as if to say, "Are you serious?" But when I nodded, she appeared to give it some thought. She looked at her open palm, outstretched before her, nodding as she started counting off on her fingers, one by one.
Momenton, Kanako. Sufiĉas nur unu. Kio estis la plej granda fuŝo?
Huh. Jesus.
Kiam ni du, Ruka kaj mi, loĝis en la sama ĉambro, mi forgesis pretigi banon.
Bro. If that was her biggest mistake, then the others must have been quite trivial. I was honestly hoping for something a bit more dramatic, but...
No. Kiel vi ridas?
I was embarrassed by my behavior. I apologized to her while explaining that I had been remembering something else.
Malkaŝe dirite, iam Luka faratis grandan fuŝon.
I had been remembering that as a kind of primer for talking to Kanako about what was bothering her.
Ĝi fuŝis Ruka? Nekredeble.
Rin and Kanako both seem to have quite a high opinion of Ruka. In that case, I didn't mind adjusting their perspective a little bit.
Kio okazis, kiam ŝi estis okujaraĝa?
Oh boy, I decided to reveal to her one of Ruka's greatest failures. I believe I touched on this briefly in the past, but I took Ruka in as a guardian when she was 8 years old. Shortly after Ruka came to stay with me, I was still having difficulty balancing work and home life, and so my days were filled with me causing troubles for others. However, after about a month, things had started to settle. I had been thinking of taking a little trip somewhere with Ruka, so I asked her, "Where would you like to go?" Her response was Kamakuro, so I complied with her request by bringing her to Nova Kamakuro. Why Nova Kamakuro, you ask? Because that place was home to a Buddhist temple called Meigetsuin, also known as Ajisai Temple. Do you know of that temple? Perhaps you've at least heard of it before? Yes, that's the place. Most of the temples and shrines in Kamakuro still had their old names. Out of all of them, visitors have often stopped at the temple called Meigetsuin. That was the temple I wanted to bring Ruka to. The reason for that is something I'll get into later.
Kai tiel. Oni aludis tian signifon per la nomo de tiu ĉi templo. Ĉu mia klarigo estis tro komplika?
Ne, mi komprenis preskaŭ ĉion.
First she shook her head, then nodded, making a she shape with her thumb and index finger to show how much she understood.
Ĉi tion.
I couldn't figure out what her simultaneous confirmation and denial meant, or to what standard her hand gesture should be compared to. Just in case, I decided to adopt the question/answer model to confirm how much she understood.
Vi scias, ke la ĉielo de tiu ĉi mondo estas ĉiam rozkolora, ĉu ne?
Yes. Kompreneble.
En la mondo, kie iam vi kaj mi vivis, oni havis malluman nokton, ĉu jes?
Ooh, a good maluman there, a good L. Nice, because earlier she keeps, you know, doing the thing that Japanese people do with L, just saying R, you know, instead of L. But that was a good maluman. Ooh, GG.
Yes.
Chuvistzias, Keiam anta longa tempo. Ankaŭ tiu ĉi mondo havis malluman nokton.
Yes.
Do, jen estas demando. Kiel oni nomis tiun ĉi tempon tiam?
Temperon. Still sounds temperon instead of templon.
Meiketsuin.
Korekta respondo. Sekvas alia demando. Kiel oni nomas la templon nun?
I love this. I love this. Now that we switched to just Yuliamo, because we're speaking to Kanako, so obviously it's gonna be just all in Yuliamo. And since this is just full on Yuliamo conversation, we can actually just hear how good they are speaking it when you think about it. Holy shit. It's interesting. I don't know why, I just find it really interesting.
La templo de Hortensio.
Even Ruka still does the thing, tempro. That Japanese people are capable of pronouncing L if it comes after ts. Getcha.
Adomirinde.
Adomirinde. There it is. Adomirinde. Instead of Admirinde.
Yes.
The 8-year-old grinned, having deftly proven that she understood everything I said. So I decided to have a little fun at her expense. Yeah, I know what you mean. The little because it's mal. She said something. So if it's in katakana, it would be mal with a tsu. Yeah, I know what you mean. Essentially, right? I hope I didn't remember it wrong. My Japanese shake. Not very mature, would you agree?
Ĉu vi povas legi la literojn tie ĉizitajn?
I pointed to the stone marker erected in the park. On it was written in this world's writing. It was pronounced Meigitsuin, just as we had discussed earlier. But at the time, Ruka didn't know kanji very well yet. She wanted to take me down a peg, but she also didn't want to embarrass herself if she was wrong. The internal conflict she was experiencing was written all over her body.
Ĉu vi bezonas sugeston?
The way they say sugeston though. What the fuck? These nuts? Oh no. Yahoo! Is this JJ? Are you here? Fuck's sake. Whoever it is, these nuts. Thank you so much for the donazzo. Thank you. Can we just hear Ray say sugeston again? Hold on, these nuts. Thank you again. And
Ĉu vi bezonas sugeston?
Sugeston? Something about that is just
Bonvolu montri.
La prononco de la vorto jam aperis en la klarigo, kiun mi ĵus finis.
My hint prompted a look of recognition in her face, and then she started nodding to herself. She held up a finger on her right hand and then brought it back down. She was going over the options in her head over and over and over.
La templo de Hortensio.
She proclaimed with confidence, pointing at the stone marker. Now it was my turn to grin.
Tio estas alia nomo. Bedaŭrinde, maltolafe.
She had given me the wrong answer.
Dommage.
Dommage. Dommage.
Dommage.
I'm gonna write that down actually. Dommage. How do you write? Do ma Dommage. There we go. She stomped her feet, making it easy for me to see how frustrated she was. But to respect the tranquility of the park, I gently placed my finger in front of my lips to quiet her. You can picture Ruka behaving that way? She did, I assure you. Even she was that age once. Didn't you ever go through a phase like that? Alright. Boys and girls alike. I believe that everyone should be given the benefit of being able to act out their feelings openly, at least once in their life. But I digress.
Oni prononcas ĝin Meigitsuin.
Maltrafan mi fuŝe elektis.
She had been torn between two choices. My little princess stuck out her lips in a pout as she went over to the stone marker and started tracing the characters with her finger. Then once she had finished with all three, she turned back to me.
Lei, kial vi povas legi ĉi tiujn literojn?
Good question, she asked. I was a little unsure how to answer her. The truth was I didn't actually know the pronunciation of those words
Per
either.
analogio. Analogio?
Ah!
Kio tio estas?
Are you talking about the kanji itself?
Rezoniion, laŭ similaj aŭ komunaj punktoj, kaj diveni kio
Ah.
tio estas. Mi komprenas viajn vortojn, sed mi ne povas konvinkiĝi.
There was an intuitive basis to Ruka's hesitance, so I explained
Mi
further.
vivis en Japanio, kiu estis simila sed malsama al tiu ĉi mondo.
There it is.
Tie oni parolis la japanan, kiu similas al la lingvo uzata tie ĉi. Ankaŭ en mia mondo, la templo estis nomata kiel Megetsu-in, kaj la
True, I
literoj
see.
estis similaj
Similar,
al tiuj, kiuj estas sciitaj tie ĉi.
Can you read the old writing of this country? A little? Then have a look at this. This Meigetsu is in this world's writing system. In my world, it's written Meigetsu. Ooh! Hold on. What do you think? Do you see the similarities? Hold on. Oh, interesting. What the fuck? Oh, the Getsu is... Oh, that's a weird Getsu. Why is this Getsu? What the fuck? Because this is like moon, right? Moon or a month, you know? That's so weird. Oh, this one's very similar, except this part. Interesting. I wrote down the kanji Meigetsuin in the notebook I was carrying and handed it to Ruka. When she compared it to the writing on the stone marker.
Vere, ambaŭ estas iel similaj.
That put a little smile on my face. Hey, Kanako. You were born and raised in this district, right? For someone who grew up in an environment where Yuliamo was primary language, how does this country's original language appear to you? Do you see it as just a sign of the times that nothing can be done about? I can disagree with you there. Even if you said it's all those visitors' fault, I wouldn't be able to disagree with you there either. Not only was the cause chaotic, but so is the resulting situation we find ourselves in now. What do you think should be done? It seems no one has been able to find the answer to that question, but here's what I think. When confronted with a problem or burdened by a doubt, the most important thing is to be considerate of those you share your environment with when searching for an answer. Ooh. Forgive me, I've gone off topic. Where was I? Yes, Ruka had just demonstrated to me that she understood the writing on the stone marker.
Aŭskultu, Lei. Kion? La oficisto de institucio sciigis al mi, ke oni povas akiri liberon en ĉi tiu mondo, se oni povas kompreni Juliamon.
That's a weird thing to say. What the fuck? One can achieve freedom in this world if one can understand Yuliamo. Why the fuck would that be like a sign that you can achieve freedom? That was the reason Ruka worked so hard to learn Yuliamo. And it made me very happy when she told me that.
Sed la lernado de Juliamo mem estis neniom plezura.
Oh. She had to learn it. If she didn't, she wouldn't be able to get by in this world. Her instructor at the institution was absolutely right. Even so, that was a hard lesson for an 8-year-old to have to learn, wasn't it? Ruka put it this way.
Mi ankoraŭ malamas la dion.
Because the language is universal? I mean, yeah. But the way they put it is kinda making me feel uneasy, I suppose. It's kind of like you can only achieve freedom by learning this language, and it's just something about that just doesn't feel right. But yeah, maybe it just means that, oh, it's universal. Still bleh, though. Still hate the god that brought me to this world even now. Oh god. I empathize with her. I don't think there's a single visitor who doesn't harbor similar feelings.
Mi pensis, ke mi multe riproĉu al la dio iam, Kiam miren kontos lin.
Sounds kind of religious, exactly. That's why I'm just kind of disturbed by it.
Tial, mi daurigis la lernadon de Yuriamo.
Whatever you may think of her reasons, they were what kept her going. Compared to me, who found myself lost in this world when I was in middle school, Ruka's resolve seemed much stronger due to the mental struggle she had to endure. She and I were different in that way. I had originally taken an interest in studying foreign languages when I was little, so learning Yuliamo wasn't that much of a hardship for me. It made me feel a little guilty when compared to her. I couldn't help but feel like I wanted to apologize to her. But just as I was thinking that...
Sed, pos la vivo kun vi, mia penso iom ŝanĝiĝis.
Ruka looked at me and smiled.
Mi decidis, ke mi diru dankon al la dio almenaŭ pri tio, ke li venigis vin al mi. Ĝojigaj vortoj por mi. Dankon. Ne tro atentu. Cetere. Mi havas peton al vi.
Oh, favor? She looked up at me again and started to fidget slightly. I wondered if there was something she wanted me to buy for her.
Dependas de la enhavo de la peto. Mi volas lerni kotonoha, kiun vi parolas.
Roll credit! Kotonoha. Because, you know, expression amrilato. Kotonoha amrilato, I think, is the Japanese title. When she first said it, I wasn't sure what Ruka was asking for. My expressions. Is that something you've heard before? Maybe, maybe not. When she first asked me that, I tilted my head in confusion, much like you. But then...
Ĉu la lingvo parolata en via mondo ne estas kotonoha?
Ruka clarified. When she said that, I started to connect the dots in my mind. The term expressions which she used was from this world's Japan. It was an old phraseology from this country meaning words. The term also held the same meaning in the world which I came from. Ruka knew more about this country's language in this world than I did. That was what I believed at the time, but it turned out I was actually a little mistaken. But that's another story for another time. The conclusion I reached was, she wanted to learn the language expressions that the person named De Arbaro had spoken in her old world. That was what Ruka was telling me.
Kaj tial vi ekinstruis la japanan lingvon al Ruka, ĉu jes?
Oh my god. Feel like I'm gonna pass out soon. Holy shit. I nodded empathically at Kanako's question and explained how, after a number of incidents, I began teaching Ruka.
Post diversaj aferoj?
Oops. I had gotten a little too nostalgic in my memories and said more than I should have. I decided to change the topic while trying not to make Kanako suspicious.
Kial vi volis pruntepreni mian verkon, nomera vortaron?
Mi supozas, ke vi povas diveni la kialon, eĉ se mi ne respondos.
You want to learn Japanan? Japanese?
Yes, pli malpli. Sed mi volas aŭskulti la kialon el via puŝo.
Kanako pressed her right index finger into her temple and fell silent. Then after a few moments...
Unue, mi pensis, ke estas pli oportune ke mi petos vin instrui. Por lerni la japanan, parolatan inter rin kaj Ruka.
Kanako wants to be able to speak freely with them both too. She answered curtly, using her right hand to signal that she still had more to say.
Sed, post iom da konsidero, mi konstatis ke tio ne estas preferinda. Tiam, mi eksciis la ekziston de la vortaro, kiun rin uzas por sia lernado de Yuriamo. Mi konsideris ke mi povas lerni la japanan, kiun scipovas Rin kaj Ruka, se mi uzas ĝin.
Kanako nodded deeply, signaling that she was done talking. The level of determination in her answer seemed consistent with her personality.
Ĉu al vi ne venis la ideo, ke vi pruntos la vortaron de Lin?
Se mi prunteprenos la vortaron, dume ŝi ne povos lerni.
Ĉu vi ne povas peti Ruka instrui sen helpo de vortaro?
I think Kanako speaks fine, it's just her tone goes too much up and down. Yeah? Yeah, absolutely.
Mi Ne voras geni ilin, kiuj kune pasigas tempon.
Vi estas bonkora knabino.
Ne? Mi ne estas tia. Mi nur voras esti egalrajta kun Luka kaj Rin.
Sure, buddy.
Egalrajta?
Sure.
Mi ne povas bone klarigi. Nu, ĉu vi bonvolus prunti al mi la vortaron?
Now impatient, Kanako asked for my approval. Of course, my answer had already been decided from the
Mi
start.
ne povas prunti la vortaron al vi.
I watched Kanako nod silently with a look of disappointment on her face as I took a step back.
Anstataŭe, mi donacos tion ĉi al vi.
Bruh. Then I pulled out the last coffee from behind the counter and placed it in the hands of Kanako, who was still looking
Tiu
down.
ĉi jam apartenas al vi. Do vi povas disponi pri ĝi.
When she realized what it was, she bowed over and over.
Do, mi tre dankas vin pro la komprezo.
Seeing her like that, she reminded me of Rin for some reason. Egalraita is hard even for me. I hate when L and R are together. Yeah, I suppose so, huh? I suppose so. I was certain Kanako, along with Rin and Ruka, would use that dictionary to teach one another the expressions they wished to share. Felt a sense of satisfaction just picturing the scene. And now I had work to complete for the afternoon, so...
Nu, Signorino Alvaro?
Kanako had already stepped away from the counter, but now she was timidly creeping back. Then she said,
Temas pri la rakonto, kiun vi ĵus komencis?
as though she was having trouble.
Se mi ne eraras, vi diris, ke vi rakontos al mi la fuŝon, kiun Ruka faris.
Oh, Kanako was absolutely right. I couldn't imagine what I had been thinking trying to wrap up the story prematurely like that. After our conversation, Ruka and I headed towards a facility in the center of the park. It was the real reason for coming to Meigetsuin.
Kunikloi!
Once upon a time, back when this world still had dark nights, the moon shone brightly in the night sky. There was also a legend of a rabbit who lived on the moon.
Kuniklo! 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 Multe da kunikloi!
They raised rabbits at the Meigetsuin, in tribute to that legend. I wanted Ruka to see them since I knew she loved rabbits.
Bien paradiso de kunikloi!
Aww. The 8-year-old seemed overjoyed in front of the rabbit shed. It filled me with joy to see her like that. I figured she would be alright by herself while I went to buy us some drinks.
Pardonon, ke mi atendigis vin. Luka, kiun sukon vi preferas? Poman aŭ oranĝan?
As I called out to her, I noticed a rabbit hopping near my feet. I thought to myself, oh, they must let them run free during certain times of the day. Oh boy, but something didn't seem right. The door to the enclosure where the rabbits were kept was standing open. Oh, and Ruka was the only one standing nearby. Oh my god, this kid.
Hei, Luka. Kie estas la bredisto de la kunikloj?
Ne troviĝas bredisto!
Oh boy. There were rabbits scampering all around Ruka. I got a sinking feeling in my stomach.
Kiu malfermis la pordon de la kuniklodomo?
Exactly, Aurelio. R/facepalm.
De kiu vi akiris la permeson por malfermi la pordon?
Exacto.
Permeson?
Oh my god.
La pordo estis ŝlosita, ĉu ne?
Ne! La pordo ne estis ŝlosita!
Doesn't mean you should open it. Ruka didn't show the slightest hint of shame with the rabbits surrounding her. Rather, she seemed to be the embodiment of joy as she spun in place. My head was doing some spinning of its own, and I was starting to get dizzy. I prayed with all my might that this was just some sort of dream or hallucination. But my prayers went unanswered. Every last one of the rabbits was out of the enclosure and hopping around. All I could do was prepare myself for the fact that someone would eventually come yelling at us.
Luka! Kaptu la kuniklojn!
Kial? Mi intence liberigis ilin eksteren.
this domestic?
Estas mi, kiu volas demandi. Kial vi lasis la kunikulojn eksteren?
Ĉu vi ne kompatas ilin, kiuj vivas en fermita mondo?
Oh my god. She felt bad for the rabbit situation and had orchestrated a jailbreak. Naturally, I wanted to encourage that kind of compassion, but Ruka didn't have the authority to make that kind of decision.
Ĉiu okaze, kaptu la kunikulojn laŭ eble baldaŭ.
I reached out for one of the rabbits close to me, but now that it had tasted freedom, it could care less about what I thought and ran away from me. Ruka seemed to grow even happier as she watched me chase after the rabbits.
Ne estu kaptitaj de Rei!
Oh no.
Al kiu vi estas amika? Ĉu al mi aŭ al la kunikloj?
Kompreneble al la kunikloj!
Bro. This kid. Without the slightest bit of support, I felt the blame fall on my shoulders each time I captured one. Ridiculous, isn't it? But to her 8-year-old mind, keeping those rabbits in that little enclosure must have seemed just as ridiculous. It wasn't as though I didn't understand her perspective, but there was a reason they were kept like that. Once the person came round, I found myself apologizing profusely while I helped her round up the rabbits. One by one. It took over 3 hours, so I definitely got my day's exercise in. In the end, nobody held it against Ruka. The person in charge of the rabbits learned to remember to lock the door, and we were let off with a light warning. However, thanks to that incident, I discovered a surprising new side of Ruka. Ruka knew how to apologize, even if it was someone other than me who was scolding her. Actually, that girl should be on her way over from the middle school right now. Up to that point, I had been the only one who could discipline Ruka, so I had actually been a bit worried how things would go when she left the house. Take heed, Kanako. That girl can make a huge mess of things while wearing the face of an angel. What the fuck? Re Arbaro. Those words make me a bit uncomfortable. Why was that? They had a pleasant ring to them. If I had to pick, that name was my preferred one. And yet every time I heard them, my vision blurred. I was in my old familiar room. The person who I usually shared the bed with was gone. Oh, here it is! Had she woken up before me for a change? Or was she possibly in the Neceseyo? Tried to rouse my body, but an inescapable lethargy clung to me. Oh, yes, I was exhausted, and so I had slept later than usual. That was why she had probably already gotten up and started her day.
そうだ。朝の日記をつけなきゃ。
Even though it was on the desk nearby, the distance felt much greater than that. For a moment I felt the urge to escape reality by going back to sleep. But I didn't like the idea of breaking my streak, and so I slightly made my way toward the desk. The drawer which held the diary slid out freely. Had I forgotten to lock it? I nervously checked inside. Thankfully, the diary I had been keeping was right where it should be. As long as I had that diary, I could go on living. If I ever lost it, I would surely die. Was it given to you, the diary, Ray?
何を書こう。
I tried to remember what happened yesterday, that being the obvious choice. Except nothing was coming to mind. Or rather, it was as though all my recent memories had simply popped out of existence.
私はおととい何をしていた？
The diary was just an ordinary notebook, so even if I forgot something that happened in the past, all I needed to do was flip back through the pages to recall our memories together. I quickly tried to read over the previous page. However,
何なの？この字は。
what the fuck? There was some kind of barely legible symbols written out on the page. I felt like I knew them, yet I couldn't read them. They appeared to be in my own handwriting, but I couldn't form any kind of sensible words from them in my head.
疲れがひどい。
What the fuck? Had I caught a cold or something? One that made my body heavy and stopped my mind from working? I flipped back a few more pages to see what was written there, and there I found. Ray gave me her expression of gratitude. A short sentence was written there. Ray. That was probably Re Arbaro. But the writing that followed that made no sense to me. Even though I could read it, write it, and pronounce it. What it meant remained a mystery. What does that mean?
落ち着いて。落ち着いて。
I I had to keep myself from falling into a panic. I got my breathing under control and left the bedroom.
誰もいない。
Of course there wasn't, since I lived alone. Huh? It would have been strange to find anyone other than me here.
そうだ。思い出した。
I had chosen to be alone. It wasn't because I desired freedom. I had left my family, wishing nothing but happiness for their newborn. Wait. Wasn't that... Wait. Wasn't that the Mai in Kanako's story? Left family wishing nothing but happiness for their newborn child. That's Kanako's story. Wait. Doesn't that make Rei Kanako's sister? Wait, huh? Wait, am I stupid? Or is that actually the case? What the fuck? Wait, was that really the reason?
そう思いたかっただけかもしれない。
What if that was just the reason I gave? I honestly had a hard time remembering, even though I was the one who did it. My vision began to blur. I was having trouble understanding where I was, or even who I
こ
was.
のままではダメ。
Besides, I had to search for the place I needed to be, and to do that I had to clear this fog in my head. I rushed to the bathroom. It was another one of my morning rituals. If I could do that, then I could go back to being myself. I turned on the faucet and started to run the shower over my head without buttering to see it down. I didn't care about the temperature, I just needed to feel the water beating down on me. But how much time had I spent like that?
ゼントフーヌ。ゼントドゥ。
Ryder, who hurt you? Is this flowers? Are we seeing Yuzuriha? What the fuck? Pain in this game? What the fuck? Before I knew it, the shower had stopped, and I was counting the droplets of water landing by my feet. The drops came further and further apart, until finally when I was up to around 200 or so.
私の名前はレイ・アルバーロ。
Because your real name is Mai Arikado? Arakido? Arikido? I don't remember what the last name was. I had been able to reclaim my identity.
森レイカに戻ることもない。
Wait, no. Mori Reika. Right! Mori Reika? Wait, what? Mori... I feel like I've heard of this name before, but I don't know where. Am I supposed to already know this name? Or am I just going crazy? Can someone help me? My brain cannot. I think it's a lack of sleep. Yeah, my brain cannot. Mori is forest and Arbaro means forest. That's probably why. That's probably why it sounds like, oh, right. And I'm just like, wait, no. Am I supposed to know? No. First game. Mori. Ah! Right. I would live and die in this world. I remembered the strength of that resolve. But whether or not that was the right thing to do, no matter how many times I went over it in my head, I couldn't figure it out.
Kiel vi fartas?
I wanted to ask her, even though I knew she would never come back. Pain! Right, okay, so... she's Mori Reika. She's not the Mai person. I still think that the Mai person could be the girl that left. Living a great life somewhere across the sky. Yeah, this one? Potentially? I had lived alone all this time believing that. But I couldn't do it any longer. The more I think about you, the more I...
大丈夫?
てんてれんてんてんてん季節を巡り色づいた先この心を I heard a voice from behind me and I froze. Who else was here with me? Oh my god! Titties!
体を拭いてあげるの。
Should I censor anything out of this? Are we still okay? I'm gonna think that I'm still okay. Suddenly titties, but I hope this is safe enough. Covered myself with a towel in a panic.
あなたは
At some point, Luca had appeared behind me.
どうしてルカが
And why was she so
ど
young?
うしたの どうしたもこうしたもあなた約束は
You're okay, this is all age.
だって心配だったの。
心配
Something was wrong. Something was very, very wrong.
レイ
Oh, she fell asleep.
Ĉu mi estas en la biblioteko?
Compreneble. Kaj ĉu vi povas rekoni min?
Vi alte kreskis, Luka.
Seeing Ruka appear much more grown up than the version I saw a moment ago caused me to reconfirm my own identity.
Ĉu vi estas ankoraŭ duondormanta?
Ŝajne jes. Sed ĉu ankaŭ vi estas dormema?
I pointed to the door to the library that was left open.
Ne gravas. Ĉar mi estas diligenta homo. Vi foriros tuj plenuminte aferon.
I wasn't sure how I felt about her congratulating herself in the face of my idleness.
Do bonvolu diri al mi la aferon koncize.
Ĉu vi havas ian planon post via hodiaŭa laboro?
Nenio speciale. Kial?
Ĉu vi ne prenos vespermanĝon kun ni? Se vi volas?
Ĉu mia ĉeesto ne ĝenos vin?
Neniale, ĉar estas vi, kiu pretigos la vespermanĝon, ĉu ne?
Oh. So she intended to have her guest cook for her. Or maybe that was her plan all
Ĉu
along.
vi sopiras al la bladoj, kiujn mi faris propramane? Se
Tio
Oh, shit,
estas
sorry.
ŝerco. Pardonon. Las nin pretigi la vespermanĝon.
It seemed Ruka caved a lot more quickly than she used to. Could this be evidence that she was growing up?
Do, mi dankas vin pro via invito. Ĉu mi rekte iru al via ĉambro?
Yes, bonvolu veni. Proksimume je la 19:00 horo. Mate, mas.
Ruka waved and smiled as she left. She wasn't watching where she was going, and the door to the library had shut at some point.
Luka!
Ow! Ruka ran smack into the door and grabbed her head. It had made a loud noise, but she didn't seem to be heard.
このことはリンに内緒。
It seemed she still wanted to maintain her appearance of having it together for Rin.
はいはい。
She hadn't changed a bit since she was little. Even though we didn't live together anymore, to me Ruka would always be my precious angel. Whenever I walked through this area, various thoughts would flood my mind. These recollections inevitably concerned a certain someone. Over time they would be overwritten, but not to the extent that the past would be erased.
初めてリンを見たときは、本当にびっくりさせられた。
Why? I found a visitor. When I heard the news, I rushed over to Ruka's apartment to see, and there I found Rin sleeping peacefully on the sofa. Ah, right. Ruka was nowhere to be found. The girl may have seemed harmless enough, but Ruka went to school and left her all alone in the apartment after having just met her. That surprised me into regards.
今となっては笑い話だけど。
I was at their shared apartment now, responding to an invitation. I rang the bell and waited for about a minute, but there was no response.
おかしいわね。
I thought of ringing the bell again, but I didn't want to disturb the neighbors, so I quickly brought out my spare key and let myself in.
ルカ？リン？勝手に上がらせてもらったわよ。
I called out to them from the middle of the living room just to be safe, but there was no sign of Ruka or Rin. I decided I had no choice but to wait for them, and sat down on the sofa. Oh, she gonna reminisce! Is she gonna reminisce? Come on!
遅いわね。
Come on, reminisce! I want to see more of your story! It had been almost half an hour. I had tried reaching both of them on their cell phones several times, but no one answered and no one had called back. Oh, sorry. I thought of leaving a message, but based on their lack of response so far, it didn't seem likely either of them would see it. I went to the kitchen, pulled my personal cup out of its hiding place in the back of the cupboard, and helped myself to some tea. I figured this was my compensation for being kept waiting. I was still standing in the kitchen, just about to bring the cup to my mouth when I suddenly stopped.
そうだったわね。
The two of us drinking coffee side by side, talking about the day's plans. I should have made more of an effort to stop reenacting that ritual.
誰もいなくてよかったわ。
Aww. Around the time Ruka started living with me, I remembered imposing a set of rules. It was because I felt as the adult I had to set a good example for her. In reality, had I actually been a good example to her? I tried to remember. All of my failures came rushing back. I felt like I had actually planted several seeds of bad behavior. There was one huge mistake that stood out among the rest. No, that one wasn't entirely my fault. Looking back at what caused the whole mess, Ruka had been the one with the problem. I let my memories lead me to the room we shared. I imagine it might have been so she could come and go more easily and let myself in. It had been ages since I last saw inside, and not much had changed since Ruka and I shared it. I was a little disappointed at just how well it embodied the sentiment that Rin had shared with me, that she wanted to preserve the memories of the two of us in that room. Personally, I had kind of hoped to see it adorned with some of Rin's personal touches. How many nights had I spent lying on the bed with that person talking until morning? Talking or talking? How many nights had I spent lying on that bed gazing at Ruka's sleeping face? Over time, these walls would fall silent. Rin couldn't hear the stories they had to tell. Those were only for the people who had lived. Okay, let me just say, the story of this game usually is kinda just there, honestly, if I'm being honest, because the highlight is definitely the language itself. But this right now, this part right now, this after story, is actually very well written, surprisingly. And the mystery here with Ray is very compelling. I'm very much into it. Oh. Antao Yavoy. We going back to the past?
Ruka.
Ooh. I know, right? Right, yeah. Yeah, it's insane because suddenly the game has been feeling very lighthearted. It's just there for the sake of being there. It's just like, oh, it's a fun all-age story type of thing. And then suddenly with Ray, there's just more mystery to it. More suffering in it. And it's very surprising.
Hi, Ray no Nihongo, motto benkyou shimasu. Kyou wa doko kara desu ka?
いいえ、今日は勉強の話ではありません。この部屋は私とあなたの部屋です。そうですね。
はい、そうです。
そしてそこにある机は2人が自由に使えるものです。ではお尋ねします。この机のこの引き出しは誰のもの？
二人のもの?
The way she looked up at me with uncertainty in her eyes was just so adorable. It soothed my work-frazzled spirit. But this wasn't the time to be distracted by that.
残念ながら違います。この引き出しは私だけが利用するものです。
レイ、ちょっといいですか？
何でしょ
う？熱せよ。
Oh.
どうぞ。
I saw her out as she hurried out of the room and thought about what to do next. Her sudden need to use the toilet wasn't just an excuse to get out of the situation. She actually needed to go. However, the reason she needed to was most likely due to nerves.
あの子が中を覗いたのは間違いない。
If she had broken in, I would give her a good talking to. However, if I had simply forgotten to lock it, I wasn't sure what I would do. I felt that I should listen to what Ruka had to say first.
戻りました。そしてレイに一言。ごめんね。
あ、はい。待って。それは何について謝っているの？
引き出しを開けたことです。
Did you pick the lock? From the way she apologized, she seemed to be acknowledging she had done something wrong, but I wanted to be sure. There were things I kept locked away. Once before, when she had asked me what was inside, I answered my secret. And I had also told her that you shouldn't go poking around other people's secrets.
あなたは賢い子なので、私も多くは言いません。 だから簡潔に。この引き出しはもう二度と開けないと約束できますか？
約束できます。できません？
どちらなのかしら。
What the fuck? She folded her arms in front of her and I wasn't sure how to respond. She wasn't being difficult. She was genuinely unsure.
約束するのが難しい理由は何ですか？
読んでみたいです。
Oh no.
レイのミキです。
Oh no. Nikki. Nikki. Ruka had seen me writing in my diary several times. She had also seen me put it away in the drawer. I wasn't sure what to do. If I stood firm now, Ruka would probably agree, albeit reluctantly. But I could also imagine it might just make her want to read it even more. So what if I gave her permission? Ask and you shall receive, isn't that how the saying goes?
レイ？
I gestured with my hand for her to wait for a moment, while I pondered what to do. In the end, there was only one
日
conclusion.
記には私の秘密が隠されています。もしあなたがどうしても中を見たいというならば、それなりの対価を求めましょう。
レイ、日本語難しい。
ああ、ごめんなさい。簡単に説明するわね。
She wanted to know my secrets, then I would also ask her to share her own. When I explained it that way, Ruka nodded and said,
わかりました。
Then she sat on the bed and began swinging her legs.
では私からね。はい、どうぞ。
I knew of some pages that I didn't mind sharing and flipped through the diary with Ruka.
これは日本語？
そうよ。あなたに教えている私の日本語の文字はこれなの。
Ruka traced along the lines with her finger saying, and this, asking how to read each
どう
word.
して文字を見せてくれなかったの？
It was true that I had been teaching Ruka Japanese, but I had my reasons for holding back lessons on reading and writing. Those reasons were...
私が使う日本語はね、文字の種類、数が多すぎるの。だから、それを目で見て覚えるよりは、
It would be easier to begin conversing as if we started with the spoken language. Ah, makes sense.
でも私文字も勉強したい。
Learning how to write in Japanese? Oh! I feel the PTSD already. I remember those days when I learn like new kanjis. Whenever I learn new kanjis, I'll be like writing in this like huge paper of that kanji that I just learned over and over again. I would just write that one kanji over and over and over again until it's filled up so that I will remember how to write it. Then I have to remember how to read it, and I will just keep looking at it back and forth like, okay, how do I read this kanji? What's the onyomi? What's the kunyomi? And I'm just like, oh boy. Ah, those days. I do not miss it.
わかったわ。じゃあこれから少しずつ教えてあげましょう。
覚えてレイの日記読みます。
I kind of wanted to ask whether she understood our discussion about secrets. Besides, this was my diary, but also not my diary.
こ
Ooh.
れは日記ではないの。説明が難しい。でも聞いてもらえる？
When I saw her beaming smile, I felt my heart suddenly became lighter. For a moment I even thought that maybe I should tell her everything.
これはね、私と一緒に暮らしていた人が書いている日記なの。
Ah, come on, spill the tea.
暮らしていた人？
Yes.
そう。訪問者の私を引き取ってくれた人。
Called it!
彼女の名前はマイクローノというの。
Easy, I called it. Ha! Ha! It is my. So she's completely gone now. Ah. She's just gone back to her world. Ah, I wonder what she looked like. Will we ever see what she looked like? I would love to see it.
マイクローノ、 舞が書いた日記？
少し違うの。舞が書いている日記なの。
書いている。どこで？舞はどこにいるの？近い？
Don't ask that. Oh, don't ask that. You're gonna trigger her. Ruka, stop!
そうね。近くて遠い場所。
Oof.
私たちからは見えないところにいる。
That felt true. Even now she was living a life of freedom just like back then. That's what I truly believed.
難しい。
There will be a picture at the end? Oh, fuck yeah, I would love to see.
そうね。じゃあこう思って。私が
Am I
舞
close
の
to the
代
end?
わり
I'm
に
so
書いている。
curious. I'm really curious. If I'm close to the end of this particular after story, I want to see everything. That wasn't entirely untrue. I wrote in the diary in the way that I believed she would. I envisioned Rei Arbaro objectively through the eyes of Mai, so that I wouldn't forget her.
これが私の
Close?
秘密よ。
Hell yeah.
恥ずかしいから。
I still have
他の人
energy,
に
so
は
let's
教え
go.
ないでね。
Embarrassing. Ooh. Also, I do still have energy, but I'm actually really hungry right now. I don't have any snacks, and I'm sad. I think I'm gonna go for a grocery run tomorrow. No stream on Twitch tomorrow because I'm gonna go for a grocery run.
私、約束する。そして、次は私。
Ruka raised her hand high in the air, full of energy, and started to rock her body back and forth as she thought intently. She must have been trying to choose which of her secret mistakes to reveal to me. Oh, hello, Taki Watanabe. Hello, and welcome. Benvenuto. Gay language 2. That's what the game is about. It's about gay language. This is the sequel to the first gay language. Essentially, to explain, this game is about an isekai story, essentially. So imagine the main character got isekai, but the difference is with the usual isekai story. Essentially, it sent the MC, the main character, to an alternate universe, essentially, in which everyone speaks this language called Yuliamo, or essentially like they speak in Esperanto. The actual language does exist in our, in our world. It's called Esperanto, but in this game they call it Yuliamo. So that's essentially the story of it, that it's not just a Yuri game. Obviously it's a Yuri visual novel, but it's also about us learning the language along with the main character, because the main character doesn't speak the language, so we're learning along with her, and that's what this game is. It's fucking awesome. Why don't just make Indomie right now? Jesus, that's gonna take a while. Also, no, I have stomach issue. If I eat something, even Indomie is pretty heavy for me, especially around this time, I will not be able to sleep again. That's gonna kill me. So no, tummy will go brrr. Okay, at least that's what I thought. But then she suddenly got a serious look on her face and looked at me.
私は
Oh,
ルカ。
she's
違
gonna
います。
she's gonna tell her name, and said something to that effect. I wondered whether she was playing a joke on me, but her expression remained unchanged. I was at a loss as to how to respond though.
あなたがルカじゃなかったら誰がルカなの？
Gain learning, sign me up, yeah! And that's why, hold on, let me show you something. Not here. Here, I think you can see it. Also, I need to save anyways. Boop. See this? See this weird letters? This is A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, essentially. So yeah. Even the letters are different. So in the first game, you actually have to memorize the letters if you want to be able to read it, because in this game they don't give you a translation when they speak in Esperanto or in Yuliamo when you first play the playthrough, first play the round. In the second playthrough, then you have the choice to have the translation, but first time around no translation, so you actually have to learn to be able to understand. And that's why I have a lot of notes like these. You can't see it, I guess. Oh, that's upside down. There you go, all the notes. Making all the notes for the new language, you know, that I'm learning because it's fun, you know? I tried asking a question that wouldn't feel like I was denying her claim.
私はお母さんに言われました。レイじゃない、お母さんに。違う。レイはその。いいから続けて。あなたの本当のお母さんにってことでしょ？
Ruka nodded slightly.
お母さんは言いました。迷子になったら知らない人に名前を言わない。
Oh, so that's why!
家に帰れない。
Oh! So that's why! That's why Ruka did that in the true ending. So that's why. That explains everything. That she mentioned, if I say my name, I will not be able to go home. I think what the mother meant then, if she were to be, you know, if she were lost, to not say name to strangers, because it can potentially lead to maybe something bad happen to her, right? That's potentially what the mother meant. But I guess she took it literally.
だから私名前言わなかった。名前を聞かれ
I
て
see.
困った。
Oh, wait!
話した人も
She...
困った。
I just realized she never told Rei.
ユリアモを見て、
She never told Rei her name.
選びました。
Rin was the first
ルカ
person
選
to
び
know.
ました。それはこの世界に来た時の話？
I love how there's a lot of pauses when Ruka talks because Ruka obviously does not speak Japanese. It's just so good.
です。
I mean, we all do that when we speak in a language that's not our own, you know? It was a little hard to understand, but as someone who worked for the administration, I understood well enough. Most of the visitors who found themselves cast into this world had trouble communicating, even with all the resources accumulated by our predecessors at our disposal. People still arrive speaking languages with no known commonalities. As a last resort in those situations, the person would be shown the Yuliamo alphabet and told each other's letters' pronunciation, so they could at least give an approximation of their name. If Ruka had continued to refuse to give her name in that situation, then...
大変だったわね。もう平気。私、今はルカです。
She told me her name enthusiastically, and I gently stroked her head. She had been thrown into this world at a much younger age than me, and had been living with this anxiety all this time. That made it all the more important now too.
レイに私の名前
Oh!
教えます。
But didn't you... But I thought you didn't tell her.
レイは知らない人違います。
Didn't she say
だ
she...
から
Even
教
Ray
え
didn't know?
ます。
Yeah, right? When she told Rin, she squeezed both of my hands and looked at me with a bashful expression. She's about to reveal her secret to me from her tiny lips.
待って、名前は言わないで。
Ah, I see now. That's why.
どうしてそれを
Oh,
告
sorry.
げてしまったら、あなたが元の世界へ帰れなくなるかもしれないでしょ？
Oh. Do you want her to go back, Ray? Just like your potential ex-girlfriend?
それは秘密にしておいて。私にとってあなたはこれまでと変わらずルカでいいの。ダメかしら？
Aww. I could have chosen to hear her then, but now I'm not sure I would have the courage to. Time had passed and she had become a little more mature. If she had pressed the issue back then, I probably would have heard what she had to say.
では次、レイです。はい？秘密を
教えて。
When had this become a secret sharing poppy?
レイは何歳ですか？
Yeah, how old? And where did that question come from?
20歳よ。
She's 20? Wait! If this happened 7 years ago... 7 or 8? 7, I think? She's around my age? Huh? What the fuck?
20歳？
20. I took advantage of a peculiarity of the Japanese language to give an honest but deceptive answer, and then it was my turn.
今度は私の番ね。ルカの嫌いな食べ物は何ですか？
レイ、してるでしょ？
そう。
トマト。
声が小さくて聞こえなかったわ。もう一度言ってくれる？
トマトは悪魔の食べ物。
You know what? I agree with Ruka. Only because whenever I eat anything with tomato in it, I will feel so sick. My gut will go just haywire. The stomach acid will just whoop. That's why I cannot eat pizza. Unless it's just fully cheese without any of the pizza sauce. Because you know there's tomato in it. I cannot with it. Even though I love... I don't like the taste of tomato usually, but for pizza, I mean, I like it, but then I will feel sick. So I'll be like, yeah, nope. I'll just eat the cheese kind, just slather it with cheese. That was the first time I had ever been able to get Ruka to confirm something she didn't like.
次は
まだ続けるの？
舞はどんな人ですか？
Ooh!
レイとどんな
The nature of our relationship was difficult to explain to a child, so I hope she would give me a pass on that part.
こんな感じの人よ。
Pictures! Pictures! I pulled out a photograph from behind the last page of the diary. Oh! Shomori Reika a bit younger than I was now. Show me that face! Standing next to her without so much as a smirk was my... Rika peered at the photograph.
Agradable, Signorino Microno.
You know? This one is mine, right? I cannot see the entire face, but she looked hot. She looked like a very handsome lady, and I'm just... Excuse me. My apologies are so Sorry. They don't put other sauces on pizzas in Indonesia. There are other kinds, but it's like sambal. Sambal is chili. Chili also can make me feel sick, even though I still eat like spicy food. But I tend to avoid it unless I just want to eat specific food. So yeah.
私にご挨拶はしてくれないの？
Besides that, no. It's just the either chili, tomato, or just cheese.
レイはいつも一緒だからいらない。
あら、私のことがいらないっていう意味？
違う。レイ、意地悪。
I struck her head once for each time she smacked my arm. In the past, when I would be inconsolable, stroking my head always calmed me down. I wonder if our roles will be reversed several years from now.
マイ、キエルビファルタス。
Oh no. She wasn't here in the literal sense to be able to answer my question, but her presence was firmly in my heart. The fact that she had been here was the reason Ruka was here now.
レイ、ごめんなさい。
どうしたの急に？
私、レイに謝ります。
レイの
Aw.
背中。
Had I gone somewhere?
ああ、背中ね。私、約束守らなかった。いいのよ。あなたのお風呂の時間を忘れて長く入っていた私がいけなかったの。
Buttermilk sauce? What the fuck is even that? What's a buttermilk? That sounds awesome. That doesn't exist here though. That sounds good.
違います。私、レイがいるから入った。理由は？私、レイと一緒
No.
にお風呂入りたかった。私と入っていいことある？背中を見て嫌な気分にならない？どうして？だって私の背中は。
What's wrong with your back?
レイの背中とても素敵な羽がある。
Beautiful wings? What the fuck?
レイの背中、天使の羽があるの。
What does that mean? Does she have like a scar? Or a birthmark? I can't exactly see. I mean, I see splotches, but I can't tell. Or, yeah, I see some splotches. There's definitely splotches here, yeah. How had I responded to her when she used those words to describe the scars? So it is scars. On my back I had always hated. I've never been able to recall that part. The reason is... Reason is...
あ、レイさんだ。ちょっと聞いてください。私がサキです。
What the fuck? The apartment's residents had both just burst into the living room.
ダメダメ。ルカはすぐレイさんを味方につけようとするから。
Hold on. Similar to ranch dressing, though I've been told that's pretty much an American-only thing. I think so, because it doesn't exist here. But that sounds good. Maybe one day it'll be here, hopefully. I want to try that.
それはリンです。はいはい。二人とも落ち着いて。
Why were they always so noisy?
ルカが理不尽なことを言うんですよ。リンがわがまま言います。
What the fuck? What happened? Seems they both had a lot to say. But I was hoping they would first ask themselves why I was here in the living room. It seemed pointless to say anything, and if I let them continue, they would probably carry on for quite a while, so...
今度の喧嘩の原因は何かしら。リンの浮気？
Unfaithful? I threw out something I knew was ridiculous and waited for their reactions.
リン。
Look as if she had just seen an alien and Rin.
ちょっと待って。私浮気とかしてないから。レイさんもいい加減なこと言わないでくださいよ。
Rin denied it empathically. Although if she were truly innocent, the best thing would have been to simply state the facts in a calm, collected
あ
manner.
なたはリンの言うことを信用できるの？コンプレネブレ、yes.
Are you sure about that? Did her hesitation mean there was some doubt in her mind?
ねえリン。何か心当たりは？そのお前が犯人みたいに決めつけた目でこっちを見るのはやめてもらえませんか？私は潔白です。それは本当に？
Bruh.
Yes!
Yes!
そう。
Are you okay?
では私が見た
Oh,
あの
no?
光景は何だったのかしら。
Hey, yo, what the fuck? Oh no, Ray, stop!
移
Ray,
送
no!
号の駅の近くでリンが身長の高い女性と連れ立って歩く姿を見たよう
Oh,
な。
this fucker right here.
私がいつですかそれ？つい2週間ぐらい前？リンまずは落ち着いて。いい？待ってね。2週間前といえばルカが旅行から帰ってきた後ぐらいだよね。
Oh, shit. Ruka watched Rin in silence as she racked her memory. Then Rin's expression suddenly changed to one of surprise. It was unmistakable that she now remembered who she had been with.
リンは生きました。そうですね。あ、誰と一緒でしたか？それはですね。
Oh man. Oh no. Rin looked to me for help and I debated what I should do. I hope my intentions would be clear to her,
リン
but...
と一緒にいたのはカナーコ。そうでしょ？
Oh no!
カナーコ？
All this time! How dare! 3P, let's go.
レイさん、なんで行っちゃうんですか？
Why shouldn't she? Sauce! Naturally, Rin's mind was on a different track from mine. Since I was the one who had stirred up this mess, part of the responsibility to untangle it fell on me.
隠し事は関わる人が多ければ多いほど漏れやすくなる。特にあなたは秘密を抱えたまま生きるのが苦手な性格でしょ？だから下手にこじらせて誤解が大きくならないようあえて私が悪者となって騒動の火種を作ったの。
That is literally not why you're doing this, Ray. You mentioned that you just essentially want to distract them. This ain't it. Ray is scary. When you think, okay, Ray is actually really scary when you think about it. She's good with her words. She's really good with creating a narrative. Ooh.
そうだったんですか。ありが
Interesting
って言
thing
うと
though.
思います。
Ray is very interesting.
さすがの私でも毎回丸め込まれないですよ。そんなつもりは少ししかないから安心して。やっぱりあるんじゃん。安心できませんって。ほらそんな細かいことを気にする暇があるならもっと自分が置かれた状況の方を気にして。状況？レイさんのせいでルカに秘密がってあれ？
She finally noticed.
いない！ルカどこに行ったの？
Ah! Misunderstanding! Lack of communication! Ah! Sounds like a Yuri visual novel, everyone. Welcome.
早く探しに行きなさい。はい。
Rin took stock of her surroundings before heading towards Ruka's room. She brought her hand to the knob, only to find the door was locked.
ルカさん、ちょっとお話があるんですが。
She asked in such a humble way I could barely believe my ears.
たく、何をしているのやら。
Honestly, I thought she would have understood Ruka's personality and thought process better by now. Would Rin ever take a more commanding role? No, because Ruka is absolutely the top.
ルカさん、聞いてください。ボンボールアウスクルティ。
I left Rin kneeling in front of the door to Ruka's room and went down the hall. My target was Rin's room. And when I opened the door,
ほら、こっちにいた。
I discovered a rabbit with pouty
相
cheeks.
変わらず隠れるのが得意みたいね。どうしてレイはわかったの？数年空いたとはいえ、あなたとは長いお付き合いですから。懐かしいですか？そうね。
Aww.
あなたがあの頃のように小さくなってくれたら完璧よ。
Okay, Ray, that's very sus. After seeing my smile, Ruka folded her arms for a moment as if in thought before jumping onto the center of the bed.
Ancora non la vestoi de lei estas tro grandai por mi,
She said. So I responded with a joke of my own.
Ĉu vi ne portas subvestojn pli grandajn ol la miaj? Ne. Nun ankoraŭ pli grandaj estas la viaj.
We're talking about the fucking underwear? What the fuck?
Sed kiam via korpo fariĝos pli granda?
I pointed to the window behind
Povas
her.
esti, ke vi ne povos trairi la fenestron.
Oh my god. I added.
Do, ĉu mi montru al vi mian specialan kapablon? Dum ankoraŭ tio eblas?
She had gotten pretty good at banter too. Thinking back to those days brought a smile to my face.
レイはリンに話したでしょ？何のことかしら？私のマネ？似てなかった？ 合格です。
The princess's seal of approval. I'd have to remember the next time I was teasing Rin.
それはそうと、リンが白状しました。何のこと？私の小さい頃の話です。
That girl truly was terrible at keeping secrets.
他には何を話しましたか？リンに話したのはそれぐらいね。怪しい。
No matter how skeptically she regarded me, I was able to keep my cool without a trace of guilt.
リンに対して隠し事はあるの？ちょっとだけ。そう。でもね、どれだけ相手を信頼していても、すべてを話す必要はないのよ。
That is true. That is true. Everyone keeps at least a secret or two, you know? You don't necessarily have to tell anyone, even if it's like your partner. I mean, unless it's like a very important something that actually can, you know, that's better to talk about it rather than keeping it in. But outside of that kind of secret, people keep a secret or two usually, even to someone you just fully trust. I think that's, yeah, that's very normal.
あなたが8歳の頃、私とここで約束したでしょ？覚えている？はい。では、12歳の時の約束は？もちろん。
12.
本当に？
Perhaps it was due to the nostalgic conversation, but the memory of the two of us then, overlaid with the two of us now, it was almost like being in the past again. Aww.
私は一人で生きるとレイに言いました。そうそう。それでこの寝室どころか家をよこせと。ひどい。ほんとひどい話よね。違います。私説明しました。一人で頑張るて。そうだったわね。
No. Of course, there was no way a 12-year-old could live on her own. Even if I had asked my superior at the visitors administration, I never would have been given approval.
毎日毎日、あなたは私に頼んで。毎日違います。何日か。
Semantics! It was the same difference to me. I not only had my job at the administration, but I had also started working at the library annex. Ruka was constantly coming to me about living on her own.
仕方なくあなたを連れて管理局まで出向いて。
When one of the other officials tried to convince her that it was an impossible request, Ruka's arguments became even more
保
irrational.
護者として自分を登録するとか。それはレイが。それは秘密でした。
It could create a real problem if it came out that an administration official put that idea in her head. But I suppose you could say the statute of limitation had run out by now.
それにしても、よく資格審査で合格をもらえたわね。頑張ったから。
Renouncing her special visitor's privileges is what turned things around. When a visitor announces their intention to become a guardian, the assessment becomes a much smoother process. Although there was officially no age requirement, 12-year-olds had been known to gain
で
approval.
も、そこまでして保護者になりたかったの？私は一日も早くレイになりたかった。
Ah, that's so cute!
私に？そうです。私はレイに助けられた。だから次は私が誰かを助ける。そう決めてました。それで助けたのがリンだったのね。はい。助けてよかったと思う？もちろんです。
Ruka's eyes looked just as they did back then, full of faith. That was why I agreed to let her live on her
私
own.
よりもずっと若い年齢で保護者だものね。褒めてくれますか？
We had lived together from the time she was 8 until she was 12. Memories of that time spent together flooded my mind.
あなたの親代わりの保護者として。
Oh, it's so cute.
何かご不満？ 代わり違います。
Ah!
レイは私のお母さん。
Ah, that's so cute! This wasn't the first time she had called me that. But this time, the weight of her words felt slightly different somehow.
レイ、泣いてますか？まさか。
Oh! I promised myself I would only get nostalgic when I was alone. I was
さ
one.
あ、昔話はこれで終わりにしましょう。私はもっと話したい。
I could sympathize with her, but I knew I shouldn't linger in this room any
いつ
longer.
までも振り返ってばかりではダメなの。
That was more of a reminder to myself than anything else.
でも、すみません。どなたか中にいらっしゃいますか？
Rin's knock on the door came at just the right moment.
さあ、ルカ、どうしましょうか。リンは。
She stuck out her lips in a dissatisfied pout, but she wasn't angry any longer. In that case, I felt it was probably time to relinquish this space to the girls who lived here now and take my leave. With that in mind, I stood up from the bed, but Ruka gently grabbed my arm and looked up at me with an expression that said she was planning something. Ruka mouthed some words to me silently, and I knew just what she had in mind. Seems she was feeling
いい
mischievous.
わよ。
Were our minds really that in sync? Ruka extended the fingers on one hand and began rhythmically counting down on them. It's showtime!
ネトロビージャスティケチ。
Our synchronized Yuliamo should have reached Rin on the other side of the door. Now, what was her reaction?
二人がいて、ルカがいなくて、レイさんもいない。いるじゃん。二人とも中にいるんじゃん。
Rin, you stultulo! Ruka threw up both of her hands in a show of joy, and I got carried away and high-fived them both. I wondered if our duo was still good enough for active
じゃ
duty.
あ、私はこれで。
I stood up from the bed and went to unlock the door to let Rin in. But when I tried to leave to make room for her...
レイさんみたいな意地悪な人は逃がしませんから。
Rip!
ちょっと？そうです。
Oh, rip! With Rin holding onto me from the front and Ruka holding on from behind, I was completely immobilized.
まったくもう。なんなのあなたたちは。だってまだ私の話を聞いてもらってませんから。
Oh no.
私もレイともっと話したいです。だってそれって。それでいいのリン。
Wasn't she just trying to talk to me about something behind Ruka's back earlier?
もちろん。ルカも一緒に聞きたいよね。
I saw Ruka nodding empathically in response to Rin's question and quietly checked the clock.
晩ご飯の準備は誰がするのかしら。
Could I use that as an excuse to break things up? No, that wouldn't be enough to separate these two. But then that
準備
meant...
ベレボーラスパローリクミ。でいい？Yes!
Hearing their synchronized reply, I could tell when I was
仕
beaten.
方ない子たちね。
For the moment, I was just grateful to be able to spend time with my two grown-up daughters as I gently shut the door. Oh, felt that way from the bottom of my heart. Ah, that was adorable. I wish we could know more about Mai though. I feel like a spin-off of this game that just talks about, you know, the relationship between Rei and Mai would be awesome, honestly. That would be awesome. I want that, good lord. We did it! We got everything! We did it! Ayo! We got it! Oh my god. This is really good. This is really good, honestly. The after story is really fucking good. I'm impressed. I just wish we know more about the Rei. More than this. Not just know more from words, but actually seeing it. That's why I wish that if there's another Amrilato game, it'll be just kind of spin-off talks about, you know, race past essentially, because it sounds fucking awesome. You can put a lot of good story shit, you know, all the good spicy painful suffering plot in it. Oh, you can potentially make another flower. Another flowers in this game, you know what? Because, you know, suffering, all the Yuzuriha, you know? We need a Yuzuriha in our life. Oh, man. Okay. So, I think I mentioned something when it was in the other, in the true round. Something that I want to talk about this game. It's essentially the fact that this game... I feel like this game... one issue I have in regards to the plot would be that it's kind of an information dump. Not about the language, but like about Kanako stuff that explains my type of thing. I would love to just see that instead of just her telling us. I feel like if the game delved deeper into that aspect of the story more, about the gate and everything, it would have been really fucking good in regards to just plot. But again, I feel like this game as it is already very, very, very good, only because it's about the language, right? Essentially, this game is made with the language in mind. You can tell the story is kind of honestly an afterthought, and it's okay, because I feel like the reason why this game is special to me is also about the language and not because of the story. It's the language and the fact that we learn a language with a story in it, you know? And that shit's really good. What the fuck is this?
Reino, kondate.
Oh, what the fuck? What is this? Huh? What the fuck is this? Choose an ingredient. Ingredients in stock. Ingredients out of stock. Okay. Think of a recipe. Choose an ingredient. A list of recipes which use that ingredient will appear. Can you actually make it? Yes. No. Here the recipe name. Here the ingredient name. Does Ruka like it? Ingredients like bread, rice, and pasta are always in stock. Race recipe will not exit until you click quit. What the fuck? I don't know what this means.
Terpama.
Oh.
Maizo. Terpama. Maizo.
Maizo? Maizo. That's interesting. I think not corn, but corn flour, I think in my country is called tepung maizena. Maizo. So that's interesting. I think let me check. Let me check if it's actually corn. Tepung maizena. Corn flour, it is. Maizena. Tepung maizena is essentially corn flour for me. That's very interesting. Huh.
Ovo.
Ovo? No, that's just like a cashless app brand in my country. Ovo. It means an egg? What the fuck?
Fresha panero.
Fresha panero.
Faruno.
Faruno. Okay. What is this?
感想を聞かせてもらってもいい？とても美味しかった。
Okay. Okay, got it. What is this one? Ooh. Ground chicken. I would love me some fried rice. It's been a long time since I last eat fried rice. It has been a long time. Only because it always triggers the stomach issue. That's why I don't eat it much. Oh. These are all out of stock. So, no. What about this. Yes, let's try.
感想を聞かせてもらってもいい？
The best. Oh. What is this for? I mean, I guess it's just like an interactive game type of thing, right? It's just fun to do, I suppose. Oh, I see. Yes. Do you like this thing?
余計な買い物は控えないとね。ご満足いただけましたか？美味しかったです。
Interesting. Is there an end to this? Now I'm curious. What about milk? Oh, pancake. Shit. Ne. French toast with no egg? Ne. Oh, ne. Learn fruit names toy, basically. I see now.
ラクト。
Lacto! Ah, interesting.
フロマージョ。
Formaggio.
サリココ。
Salicoco. Riso. Right. Chindoria. That means no. What about this one? Oh, yeah.
余計な買い物は控えないとね。今日のお料理はいかがでしたか？また作って。
Make again? What the fuck? Let's try this one.
トマト、ラクトゥーコ。
Oh, you don't like tomato though, yeah? What about carbonara? Oof.
パスタージョイ。オーボ。フロマージョ。オーボ。
Yes, let's try it.
ルカさんはお暇？レイ、頑張って。そうですか。では、お留守番お願いね。今日のお料理はいかがでしたか？レイもしっかり食べてね。
Interesting. There's kind of more to it. It's kind of fun. Oh. All right. I think it's enough. We have done it, boys. Let's check the CG. Oh, look at all the CGs. Oh, look at all that. We got everything. Let's go. Music, of course. I got everything, I feel. Oh my god. 100%ing the game. I did it. No, we did it. We're finally here. We're finally at the end of this game. Also, I need to lower the music because, good lord. There we go. But yeah, I think I've talked about the game. Like, again, if we're talking about plot, I think my issues is just that sometimes it feels like an information dump instead of actually. I feel like the rule in trying to tell the story, you know, trying to tell a story in manga, anime, movie, series, TV show, whatever, or, you know, games, I feel like it's better to show than tell. Although there's a lot of way to show, but I feel like the issue here, it's actually someone's dialogue. You know, this is visual novel, so obviously they have to tell us, essentially, not exactly show us per se, but the way they go about it is essentially just let Kanako drop information dump. It was good, though. I mean, in regards to at least we know now what's going on with Rei. But I feel like we just need to see it. Actually, just make it a thing, you know? Again, I feel like the plot is sort of an afterthought, but for what it is, I feel like it's good enough. It's really good. Only because, again, the highlight of this game is the language. That's why you play this game. It's for a language that you can learn in a fun way. And if you love visual novels and you love story and you love Yuri, this is it. This is the best shit you can get. So that's why this game is just, I mean, again, obviously, I love this game just because I've been using Bon Venon all this time. Ever since I played this game years ago. I've been using just Bon Venon and everything, right? And from now on, whenever someone donate, it's gonna be Donazzo. You know? Thank you for the Donazzo. I don't know, it's just... I don't know why it means a lot to me. I guess it's because, again, I'm just a language nerd, so learning the language itself is... It's really, really fun. Actually, really fun. I mean, again, there are notes. So yeah. It's kind of reminds me of those days when I was still in college before I quit college. Because in those days, I remember I just love learning as well, despite sometimes I still have hard time, of course, learning Japanese, and obviously I'm not good at it, and I'm worse at it now than me back then. But when I was learning it, it felt like this, where I keep asking about it, like, oh, is this this? Is this this? I will ask my friend, or me and my friends will be like, we'll have our study group like almost every day after class. We'll be like just hanging around together and just ask each other like, hey, so I want to review what we just learned. This and that, right? So it means this, right? So this sentence structure means this, right? You know, just those kind of nerdy things. And I love that. And I honestly do miss that moment. It's been like, oh, when was the last time I was in college? 4 years ago. Feels like forever, but yeah, last time it was 4 years ago. For 2018, like early 2018. No. I was like on break, and then before the semester started in 2018, I decided to quit. Financial issues, essentially. So yeah, 2017 then, probably the last time I actually studied in college, I would say. 2017, that's a long time ago. Holy shit. Let you learn more via the gaze. Exactly, and it's been fun. I feel like in regards to learning something new, to people who wants to be teacher, as a student, I suppose, as an ex-student, I would say, if you're a teacher or want to be a teacher, this kind of thing is how you should teach kids. By this, I mean not literally making a visual novel, no. I mean attempting to make it fun, make a game out of it. And my sister studied English, not English the language, but studying English as... I don't know what it's called. Hold on. It's specifically to become a teacher, essentially. It's to become a teacher, and I remember her talking about the fact that you need to make a game out of you know, you teaching someone about something, so that it'll engage people into learning. That's why I managed to learn a completely new language somehow. So even though I will not be able to speak it, but at least when I didn't have the translation, I will try to figure out, oh, does this mean this? Are they talking about this thing? You know, I understand like 1 or 2 words, few vocabularies, you know, I remember some type of thing, right? And it's amazing when you know, you just change it up a bit. You know, studying, learning sucks. Let's just be honest. It sucks. It takes work, right? It's tiring sometimes. It's tiring for your brain, absolutely. But when you make it fun, you don't feel it. It makes you feel so engaged in it, and you just want to learn it. You want to know more. Like, oh, this means that. Oh, that's interesting. You know, you find interesting instead of, oh, I'm so tired of this. And I feel like education in general needs to be like that. Maybe not necessarily everything has to be the exact same way. Like, it needs to have like games and whatnot. No, but at least make it fun. I feel like there's a lot of ways to make studying fun. And I feel like that would be like the most effective way to teach someone so that, you know, they can be smart. Instead of just, especially in my country, which I do have issues with, the way we learn, the way we studied or being thought is essentially it's memorizing instead of making us understand what it is. We just have to memorize it exactly like that, and all we do in an exam is essentially recite what we memorize. That doesn't help anyone, and that's why I'm stupid now. I suppose. Not really, I'm smart. I forgot, I'm big brain. I'm the god of your utopia. Obviously, I'm smart. I'm kidding, sort of. But yeah, my point still stands. I feel like that's why a lot, especially for my people, a lot of us, I notice, aren't that smart, if I'm being honest. I cannot blame them. I don't think it's about, oh, they're being lazy about it. No, it's because of how we are taught. You know, how we are taught that we are, you know, all you need to do is survive. How to survive? Memorize it. So instead of understanding an issue, understanding something new, all we know is whatever this something new is, whatever this thing we're studying, is just a bunch of white noises that we just have to memorize just so that we can get through it, just to get it over with. That's not a good thing at all. That's really bad for education, and I feel like that's a huge fucking issue for them, sure. And I hope it'll get better though for my country, because with the way it is right now, it's sad. It's such a sad side. Sometimes I feel like when I talk about something and people will be like so confused what I'm talking about, I'm just, what do you mean you don't understand what I'm saying? What? You know, that kind of thing. It happens a lot. It happens way too often that it's concerning, let's just say. And I'm not like exactly a genius. I'm not like super big brain. I'm not Shirogane level of big brain. And even sometimes me being me confused the shit out of people. Like, I feel like me talking this right now, I feel like a lot of Indonesian people will not even think about it or even talk or understand it even. And I especially noticed that ever since I play a lot of VR chat, and I talk a lot of this shit to them, right? To the Indonesian community in VR chat, and a lot of them will be like, oh, wait, really? Oh, I see. Wait, what? And I'm just... This is sad. If I'm being honest, it's kind of sad. I'm going on a tangent. Anyways, this is fun. This game is fun, and I managed to learn a new language, completely new language that I don't even have any interest in. You know, I don't have any interest in speaking it, but I came to feel immersed in it just because of how it is packaged. Like, you know, it's a visual novel. You're a visual novel with a pretty compelling story, fun characters, fun everything, and the way they tell or teach you is fun. And that's, I feel like, very amazing. I feel like that's more special than a lot of people think. Let's just put it that way, because not every media can pull this off, I feel. Or maybe I'm just a language nerd and it only works for me. I feel like this game is definitely not for everyone, because if you're not interested in languages to begin with, oh, you will not be into this game. I am a very much language oriented person. Obviously, I studied Japanese literature, and I speak English, and I love writing stuff, like writing stories and stuff. If you know, then you know. But yeah, I love writing stories. So yeah, I think I've said everything I can say about this game and why it's so special to me. This game is exceptionally special, and it's just make my nerdy heart soar. I love it. Anyways, I think I have repeated my point. So at this point, I think it is time for us to part. It is time for us to part from this game as well. And I'm kind of sad. But everything will come to an end, I suppose. And now, we part here from this game. And I hope there's another Amrilato game. And it's about Ray. That's what I'm hoping for. Though this game has ended, obviously, it's not the end of the streams. I'm gonna be streaming Oshirabu starting... I guess we'll see again. If I could stream this Sunday, I would. I will try not to stream too much on Twitch, maybe, so that I can rest more, so that maybe I have energy to stream on Sunday. Because I did stream quite a lot last week, but I do want to stream on Twitch because I've been wanting to play other games as well, because, you know, gamer, I play other games, you know. So yeah, I guess we'll see. You will see the schedule if I will stream Oshirabu this Sunday. If not, then you'll also see, you'll know. Usually I will actually announce whether I could stream or not on my Discord server, so you can check my Discord server. I think the invitation for that is in my Twitter, on my Twitter, which is down there in the description down below. You can just join into the Discord server. There's a lot of good people there, and I will not allow assholes, so don't be an asshole. And also, don't worry, there's not gonna be any asshole. If there's any asshole, just talk to me and I will investigate it, and I will kick the shit out of them. I do not accept assholes in my Eurytopia. Alright? But yeah. What else? So yeah. Oshirabu! If you want to know whether I could stream this Sunday or not, Discord, it's on my Twitter. I think I pin it on my Twitter. And then for now, I shall end it here. This is it for the stream. And I will see you next time. Hopefully this Sunday. Hopefully. So yeah, good night from Indonesia, everyone, and thank you so much for everything, for hanging out with me in chat, for stopping by to the stream, for you know, being here together with me upon this adventure with expression Amrilato, distant Memorajo, which has been absolutely fun. And hopefully I will see you guys next time in Oshirabu streams. So yeah, again, good night from Indonesia, or you know, for you, have a good one, have a good day maybe, or have a good night as well, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye everyone. Bye bye.